Chapter 286. Pei Zi-yun leaned against the carriage and closed his eyes. He frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. Seeing this, the Grand Princess sighed and handed a scroll over. The Crown Prince has said that as long as you accomplish this task and solidify his position, the Crown Prince will bestow you with the title of Regent of the State. This is the highest title a Taoist can enjoy. If you're not willing, I shall not persuade you otherwise, the Grand Princess said sadly. At this point, Pei Zi-yun had no choice but to agree. The Crown Prince is putting me on a hot plate. But why doesn't the Crown Prince use a veteran general? I don't believe you don't understand. The Grand Princess rolled her eyes. If my brother was still healthy and hadn't vomited blood and fainted, it wouldn't hurt to use a veteran general. But now that this has happened, and the reason for it is to remove the vassals, my brother is afraid that they will have other ideas. If we hand over 100,000 soldiers to a hero, and they have other ideas, it won't just be a matter of Ing Prefecture. The entire south will be in chaos, and the Crown Prince won't be able to control it. Pei Zi-yun's body trembled as he said, "We can let a civilian lead the army." The Grand Princess said impatiently, "You're still avoiding the topic. Although Ji Bei-ho isn't the best general, he's been fighting for decades. Throughout history, the Confucian generals would suppress the uprising of peasants during times of peace. If we were to meet such a valiant general, and we don't have 5 times the number of soldiers, we'd be sending ourselves to Ji Bei-ho. Don't talk nonsense. The Crown Prince will follow the Ing Prefecture governor's rule. He will send a civilian to be the general, and you will handle the military affairs. If you're willing to give up your Taoist status, there's no need to go through so much trouble." The Grand Princess sighed. She had done some research and realized that the Imperial Qi and Tao arts were in conflict. Even if the Imperial Court had Taoists, the Central Tao Records Department was under the Grand Herald Temple, and their officers were of the 6th rank. As for the prefectures, their officers were of the 9th rank. On one hand, this was for the sake of control. On the other hand, he would no longer be a Taoist. If I give up my Taoist status, there's no need to say anything. Pei Zi-yun laughed. The Imperial Court is rich and boundless, I know that. Titles, posthumous titles, all of these can make one shine. It's just that I've admired the Tao since I was young. Since I've chosen the path of the Tao, I don't want to change it. Pei Zi-yun replied plainly. What a joke, he had the plum blossom. Sooner or later, he would reach the top of the Tao. Why would he change his path? He then changed the topic. I won't be able to become a civil official. To be able to become a civil official, he has to be at least a 3rd-rank official. Would a 3rd-rank official listen to me? Moreover, you have underestimated the guard that scholars have against Taoists. Pei Zi-yun spoke in a melancholy tone. Do you believe that if this were to happen, the Governor-General might not be able to think things through? He would rather lose his position, lose his army, and even lose Ing Prefecture, just to kill me? Of course, this is an extreme situation, but we still have to guard against it. How could this be? The Grand Princess blurted out. However, as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she paused. She suddenly thought of the turmoil in the Imperial Court, as well as a few days ago, an official had reported to her, "The heavens have created many Taoists, with Confucianism as the orthodox. The Buddhist Taoists have used divination and talismans to summon ghosts and deities to cure illnesses and save lives. This may seem like a small benefit, but in actual fact, it has ruined the Imperial Court. If a Taoist uses martial arts to break the law, he can still be punished. If a Taoist uses his arts to break the law, he can be punished. However, a Taoist uses his arts to break the law. If you think about it carefully, there are many things that can be considered dangerous." She was tongue-tied, and could not go against her conscience and say no. Pei Zi-yun smiled blandly. He could see it very clearly. In this world, the Taoists had a lot of power. Even if this power was small, they were the only sect that could compete with the Confucians. If the Confucians allowed the Taoists to enter the imperial court, they would have power and a legal system. How could the Confucians survive? To put it bluntly, Ji Bei Ho was just a small problem, while the Taoists were a huge problem. If it weren't for the fact that the Taoists had a way to deal with the Taoists, they would have been wiped out. Hence, if the scholar were to lead the army, and the Taoists were in control of the army, they might even leak the news to the imperial court and cause the army to suffer a crushing defeat. Of course, this was an extreme situation, but they had to be careful. At this point, Pei Ziyun took out a brush and crossed out the name of the commander. He then used the brush. If you want me to go to war, without the imperial sword and the imperial token, I will not go. Even if I go, I will die. Next is the commander. I wish to replace him. Lastly, I don't need 50,000 soldiers. I only need 30,000. 20,000 soldiers from the capital, and 10,000 from the navy. As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want more soldiers, it was just that it was impossible. What? The Grand Princess was confused as she looked at the table. She was shocked. You want Prince Qing Shun to follow you to war? Prince Qing Shun was the last son of the emperor who hadn't died. He was only 12 years old this year. The Grand Princess's eyes flashed before she turned gloomy. This matter is not up to me to decide. You have to talk to the Crown Prince or even my father. Crown Prince's mansion. It was late into the night, and the wind was blowing through the trees. The Crown Prince's study room was brightly lit. There were only two people inside, the Crown Prince and Pei Ziyun. The Crown Prince's face was solemn as he stared at Pei Ziyun. Tao Master, you wish to choose a person? Why don't you choose a general or a minister, and instead choose Prince Qing Shun? Pei Ziyun blew on his tea and took a sip before looking at the Crown Prince. This humble subject has chosen Prince Qing Da. I have no other choice. Why? The Crown Prince knew of Pei Ziyun's capabilities. Pei Ziyun pondered for some time before replying. Prince Qing Shun is the Emperor's youngest brother. He's also the last son of the Emperor who hasn't died. He's 12 years old this year. Crown Prince, you should know how much the Emperor dotes on him. Indeed. But what does this have to do with going to war? The Crown Prince looked at Pei Ziyun and asked. Pei Ziyun sighed. This humble subject is a Taoist. Apart from the title of Tao Master and True Sovereign, I cannot be promoted to an official position. I cannot be promoted to an imperial envoy. I have no authority or position. The last time I went to war with the pirates, I had to borrow the imperial flag of Ing Prefecture's governor. I had to command a 6th-ranked official. A general who commands tens of thousands of soldiers, regardless of whether he's a civil official or a minister, is at least a 3rd-ranked official. Even if there's an imperial edict, how can I command him? Outsiders treated him as the Crown Prince. In actual fact, he was a Taoist, and didn't receive any official position or salary from the imperial court. If it were someone else, they would still rely on the imperial qi to achieve a breakthrough. However, he had the plum blossom, and didn't have much to rely on. If Xie Qingdong hadn't sided with King Lu, why would he be involved in this battle of the dragon race? Discord between generals and generals was a taboo on the battlefield. If he was a minister, for the sake of righteousness, or for the sake of his future, he would have no choice but to compromise. He would wear chains and dance. However, Pei Ziyun had already made up his mind. If he didn't agree to his terms, he wouldn't do it. When he said, "Don't be afraid of offending anyone, I will protect you," to Pei Ziyun, it was all nonsense. Yes, if the Emperor and the Crown Prince were willing to do it, they could. But why would the Emperor and the Crown Prince want to do it? The reason they used him was to go through fire and water. If he was willing to do it, wouldn't it be better if he did it himself? If he had a conscience, he would save his own life. Most of the time, he would throw him out to relieve the pressure and resentment he felt. After he died, he would then be given a posthumous reward. If your subject isn't careful, it's not impossible for me to die in the army. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he spoke. They dare. The Crown Prince's heart trembled as he slammed the table. This is the disadvantage of not having an official position. However, the general cannot be a minor official. The only suitable candidate now is the prefecture prince. He's the son of the emperor, and has the status to lead the entire army. However, he's still young, which would make it more convenient for me to manage the army. Pei Ziyun didn't discuss whether or not they dared to do it. Seeing the expression on the Crown Prince's face, his heart skipped a beat. He then said, Prefecture Prince Qing Shun is of high status, and can't go to the front lines. This humble subject wishes to command the army from Liang Prefecture. If this humble subject were to go to the front lines and perform well, Prefecture Prince Qing Shun would be able to claim credit for the army. When he's older, the Crown Prince would be able to command the army. This was the crux of the matter. The Crown Prince pondered for some time before saying, If it were any other matter, I would still be able to make a decision. However, since it involves Prefecture Prince Qing Shun, I cannot make a decision. I would need my father's approval. Also, since I'm going to be in charge of the army, I have to ask for the help of the imperial sword. As for your records, I have no choice but to hand them over to my father. Pei Ziyun stood up and bowed to the Crown Prince. Yes, Crown Prince. Imperial Palace. The Emperor rested, his chest rising and falling as he spoke. Today, the Crown Prince handled the affairs of the country. Tell me everything. The red-robed eunuch, Hu Wu-yi, acknowledged the Crown Prince's orders and opened up the booklet. In it, the Crown Prince recorded everything that the Crown Prince had done. Today, all the officials nominated Grand Scholar Jiang Xingping to be the supervisor. However, the Crown Prince was hesitant, as though he had someone else in mind. Why didn't the Crown Prince make a decision? The Emperor asked. Actually, this Grand Scholar Jiang Xingping was a civil official, and the Emperor wasn't satisfied with him. However, he was very curious as to why the Crown Prince was hesitating. Hu Wu-yi bowed and was about to answer when a eunuch entered the palace and knelt on the ground, reporting to the Emperor, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has submitted a memorial to the Crown Prince. Hu Wu-yi received the memorial as the Emperor said, Read it. Yes. Hu Wu-yi knelt on the ground and read it out in a high-pitched voice. The Emperor was lying on his bed, coughing slightly. His face was expressionless. When he heard that the Crown Prince wanted the 12-year-old Prefecture Prince Qing Shun to be the Crown Prince, he opened his eyes. Nonsense. He struggled to get up. Give me the memorial. Hu Wu-yi didn't dare to delay as he hurriedly handed it over. The Emperor received the memorial and read it carefully. At first, he was enraged, but then he seemed to be deep in thought. He noticed that near the memorial, there was information about Pei Ziyun. His eyes narrowed as he picked it up to read it. Hu Wu-yi hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please rest more. You have to follow the doctor's instructions. I can't stop worrying. The Crown Prince is young, and has just become the regent. He can't sleep. The Emperor sighed as he picked up the memorial and read it carefully. The expression on his face gradually changed, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. He then said, Pei Ziyun, after hiding it from me for so long, the Crown Prince's change has finally been explained. He then forced himself to stand up and paced around the room. After some time, he took out a brush and wrote on the memorial, Approved. Count Zhongqin will be the deputy. When he finished, he threw the brush to one side. Issue the edict according to this. Chapter 287. To the Crown Prince's mansion. The driver acknowledged as he turned the carriage around. Pei Ziyun's heart calmed down as he looked out the window. He could see smoke rising from the houses along the way. It was time for breakfast. He had received news early in the morning that the Emperor had given him a reply. The Crown Prince wanted Pei Ziyun to leave immediately. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought. After some time, the carriage stopped and the official said, "Tao Master, we've arrived at the Crown Prince's mansion." Pei Ziyun acknowledged and alighted from the carriage. He looked at the majestic Crown Prince's mansion and saw several guards standing there. One of them led the way to a study and said, "Tao Master, please enter." Pei Ziyun stepped out of the door and said, "Your humble subject Pei Ziyun requests an audience." Immediately, a voice replied, "Enter." He stepped in and saw the Crown Prince seated. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other was young. He was certain that they were Prefecture Prince Qing Shun. This 12-year-old Prefecture Prince wore a crown with a golden hairpin and a red tassel. There were 7 Eastern pearls embroidered on it. His collar was long and narrow, and there were dragons embroidered on both his shoulders. Pei Ziyun looked at him curiously. Pei Ziyun returned his gaze. Prefecture Prince Qing Shun was startled and averted his gaze. "You're here," the Crown Prince said as Pei Ziyun bowed. When he was done, the Crown Prince pointed at him and said, "This is Prefecture Prince Qing Shun and Count Zhongqin." Pei Ziyun bowed again. The Crown Prince did not speak further. "Whatever you wanted, I've gotten it for you." As he spoke, he waved his hands and 10 guards walked out. The 2 in the middle were dressed in 5th-ranked official robe. They were holding something in their hands. One of them was holding an order token, while the other was holding a treasured sword with a dragon embroidered on it. Pei Ziyun knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. When he was done, the Crown Prince said, "I've fulfilled all your conditions. However, I can only win. If I win, I will not go back on my word and give you the title of true sovereign. If I lose, there will be no more friendship between us." "Yes, Crown Prince," Pei Ziyun acknowledged. His face was solemn. Hearing Pei Ziyun's acknowledgement, the Crown Prince then said, "Now, you shall listen to Tao Master Pei's orders." "Yes." The 10 guards stood behind Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun looked at the token and saw the words inscribed on it, "I'm here." On the other side, there was a long sword with bright yellow tassels and a dragon pattern on its scabbard. This was his authority. Seeing that the transfer was complete, the Crown Prince waved his hand, and the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards immediately tiptoed out. There were only a few people left in the study. The Crown Prince stood up and paced a few steps. He looked out of the window and said in a heavy voice, "Now that Taoist has a good plan, don't hide it any more." Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Count Zhongqin and Commandery Princess Qing raised their heads. Pei Ziyun bowed slightly and said, "Yes, I've said it before. Even if Ji Bei Ho manages to seize the capital city, with these 10,000 soldiers, it's nothing. The imperial court's army is as vast as the mountains and the seas. How long can these few people last? That's not scary. What's scary is that there's a system in place. Ji Bei Ho has swept away all the officials. The front lines are at war and the soldiers are collecting taxes. This is very important. We have to deal with this in order to confuse them." As Pei Ziyun spoke up to this point, Count Zhongqin's eyes lit up. He then said, "That's true. But everyone knows this. How do we deal with it?" When he saw Pei Ziyun walk in, he saw that he was very young and had some suspicions. This person was well known throughout the world. It was true that he had passed the top scorer exam. It was also true that he was an expert in poetry, and many of his works had been passed down. It's been said that he was proficient in Tao cultivation, sword techniques, and politics. He even had achievements in military affairs. The last time, he even managed to wipe out the pirate. But how could the pirates compare to the tens of thousands of rebels? He was secretly dissatisfied with the Crown Prince and the Emperor's orders. Now that he heard these words, he reluctantly nodded his head. When the Crown Prince heard Count Zhongqin's words, he looked down from his seat. Beside him, Prefecture Prince Qing Shun looked as if he understood, but didn't. Pei Ziyun stood up and stared out of the window, his eyes gleaming. After some time, he said, "This is actually very simple. First, I shall announce that in Bei Ho's territory, the officials who have forsaken the dark and turned to the light shall be spared from death. When Count Zhongqin heard this, his face fell as he stood up. No, these traitors and traitors. These officials have already followed Bei Ho. That means they are traitors. How can we let them off? If everyone follows their example, what will happen in the future? Pei Ziyun paused as he looked at Count Zhongqin in astonishment. Count Zhongqin's reaction was somewhat unexpected. However, he quickly understood. Count Zhongqin was loyal and diligent. Loyalty was the most important word, and it meant that he had to be loyal to those who were unfilial. This was Count Zhongqin's foundation. Pei Ziyun laughed. Master Count, there's no need to get angry. The Crown Prince had seen Pei Ziyun's actions before. He then turned to Count Zhongqin and said, Count Zhongqin, let the Dao Master finish what he has to say. Since the Crown Prince had given the order, Count Zhongqin was dissatisfied and sat down. Pei Ziyun laughed out and said, Military affairs are a continuation of politics. What we need to do now is not to clean up these traitors. Instead, we need to use the speed of lightning to pacify the chaos in Ying Prefecture. Let the Crown Prince comfort the Emperor, and calm the hearts of the people. As soon as these words were spoken, Count Zhongqin was enlightened. The Crown Prince was the new regent of the empire. Ying Prefecture was like a touchstone. If he were to fail, not only would the court be uneasy, even King Lu would find it hard to control the situation. Even if this dragged on for too long, not only would it waste the country's troops and money, it would also cause the people to feel uneasy. This would damage the Crown Prince's reputation. Only by using the speed of lightning to pacify the chaos in Ying Prefecture would the Crown Prince be able to stabilize his position. At the same time, the people would be at ease, and the Emperor would be at ease. Military affairs are a continuation of politics. This man is really talented. At this point, Count Zhongqin's heart froze as he gulped. Compared to the Crown Prince's position and the stability of the court, pardoning a few people wasn't even worth mentioning. He then heard Pei Ziyun speak out slowly, Your Highness Count Zhongqin, these officials who have been coerced by Bei Ho have a rule. If they continue to serve the officials, they will be treated as traitors, and will be killed without mercy. If the heavenly troops arrive, and they are able to communicate with each other and report back to us, then they will be pardoned. If they are able to rebel and open the gates, they will be able to retain their positions. If they are able to achieve great feats, they will even be rewarded. The Crown Prince nodded his head. When Duke Qingshun heard this, he seemed to have understood something. He wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Your Highness, this is an open plot. Pei Ziyun laughed. Oh, there's a plot? Speak your mind. The Crown Prince felt that this plan was feasible. When he heard that it was an open plot, his interest was piqued. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. Send people to contact them secretly, and spread rumors that certain officials are waiting for the Emperor's army to arrive and will rebel. Bei Ho isn't an idiot, and won't believe everything. However, as long as there are one or two examples, for example, Bei Ho has just been appointed, and he's a rebel. What will happen if he hears this? Will he be able to trust these officials? There will be suspicions from top to bottom, and the spirit that he's slowly forming will crumble. This in turn will encourage the rebels to rebel. Count Zhongqin was initially looking down on Pei Ziyun, but when he heard this, his expression changed. This was a clash of yin and yang, and everyone had their own intentions. This magnified the gap between them, and immediately disrupted Bei Ho's foundation. The Crown Prince glanced at Pei Ziyun and sighed. Pei Ziyun had been like this a few times. Although the situation looked complicated, the moment he analyzed it, it was as if even an ordinary person could see through it. The Crown Prince had been groomed for 10 years, and understood that this was what it meant to be an unfathomable person. If an ordinary person felt that Pei Ziyun was unfathomable, he would be the one who was half-baked. If that wasn't the case, the Crown Prince wouldn't have placed all his bets on Pei Ziyun. He then calmed himself down and took a sip of tea. Mr. Pei, you're indeed a nation scholar. Although you haven't gone to war yet, I feel that Ji Bei Ho's situation is already half under control. Hearing the Crown Prince's praise, Pei Ziyun bowed. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. This humble subject does not deserve it. The Crown Prince was initially worried, but relaxed at this point. He leaned back in his seat and saw that Count Zhongqin was hesitating to speak. He then said, Count Zhongqin, if you have something to say, just say it. Hearing the Crown Prince speak, Count Zhongqin looked at Pei Ziyun. Dao Master Pei, that's how it is with the political matters. What about the military? Count Zhongqin's tone was not one of dissatisfaction, but one of inquiry. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish. It's the same when attacking a large enemy. The first step is to use defense as offense, and cast a net to catch the fish. Pei Ziyun retracted his smile as he spoke coldly. When Count Zhongqin heard this, he seemed to have understood something, but he didn't think it through. Pei Ziyun didn't explain further. He looked at the Crown Prince and said, Would Your Highness please bring me a map of Ing Prefecture and the nearby counties? You can look at the map and explain it more clearly. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's heart was burning with passion. He stood up and shouted, Men, bring me a map. A eunuch held onto a map as he rushed in. The map was 7 feet long. When the eunuch left, Pei Ziyun picked up a stick and pointed at the map. The bandits are like a fire. Extinguishing the bandits is like extinguishing the fire. If the fire is small, it can be extinguished in one fell swoop. But if the fire is big, the first step is not to extinguish it, but to isolate it. As soon as he said this, everyone present understood. If the fire cannot spread, the bigger the fire, the faster it will be extinguished. Pei Ziyun said plainly. As he said this, the Crown Prince was somewhat confused. However, Count Zhongqin understood. Dao Master Pei's words are true. You're not an armchair strategist. Pei Ziyun saw that the Crown Prince still had some doubts, and drew a circle on the map. When the bandits rise, the fire starts. But the fire can only be ignited by firewood. What is firewood? It's the people, it's the rations. Even if Ji Bei Ho controls Ing Prefecture, there's a limit to the amount of firewood. Pei Ziyun said plainly, hence, the first step is to set up a blockade. As long as we can seal the area, the bandits' manpower and rations will be limited. Before the soldiers and horses can move, the rations will have to move first. Who knows how much will be expended? Furthermore, if there's a war, there will be thorns everywhere. Besides, there's a limit to the number of soldiers in the bandits' territory. If one dies, there'll be one less soldier. If we were to recruit more soldiers, the fields would be barren. How can we compete with the entire country? Pei Ziyun returned to his seat and took a sip of tea. I've requested for the navy, and even asked for the Emperor's sword. Although it's to intimidate the officials and generals, the real killer is the merchant. The navy isn't going to fight a war. It's to seal off the seas. The moment I reach Ing Prefecture, my first order is to sink all the ship. It doesn't matter if they're officials or bandits, foreign ships or not. As long as they appear on the shores of Ing Prefecture, they'll be sunk. Not a single grain of rice or cloth will reach the bandits' territory. As long as the fire burns within the prefecture, it will burn Ji Bei Ho's route. As he said this, Pei Ziyun sighed. It was true that a single spark could be ignited, but how could there be any military strategy that couldn't be broken? This plan was specifically designed to deal with the raging fire. Chapter 288. Brilliant! The Crown Prince understood and praised him. Pei Ziyun did not dwell on this topic and laughed. Count Zhongqin was jealous when he heard this. Although the plan is good, if it isn't executed well, it's all just empty talk. Pei Ziyun replied, That's right. Now, the people in charge of the county are all officials. It's fine to defend the city, but how can they fight a war? The moment they do battle, there will be many loopholes. Count Ping Yuan might not be a useless person, but he didn't know this. His subordinate, the prefectural magistrate Zhou Yan, led his troops into battle and was annihilated. Because of this, his troops were forced to retreat, and he himself died in battle. Hence, we have to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Pei Ziyun used a small wooden stick and pointed around, the counties in Ying Prefecture that haven't been conquered yet, as well as the 3 surrounding prefectures that have borders with the bandits. I can command the armies of these 3 prefectures to reach the front lines. Split into 2 lines of defense, and command the prefectural magistrates to defend. There's no need to attack, and no need to fight. We have to turn every county into a tough nut to crack. If we don't leave the city and fight in the open, the defenders of the city will be rewarded. Regardless of whether we win or lose, we will be punished. If the officials can't attack the enemy, can't they defend the city? Even if the city is destroyed, there's still the counties behind it, which can be salvaged. This plan is like an iron curtain that cannot be broken. Furthermore, this method can save on the expenditure of rations. It's only half the cost of leading an army to attack. As for the Ying Prefecture Navy, although they have responded to Ji Bei Ho's call, they are not part of Ji Bei Ho's army. They are not of one mind. If the imperial court pushes them too hard, Chen Ping will have no choice but to fight me to the death. But my navy is armed with ships and soldiers. We can only seal off the sea and not advance. Even if Chen Ping knew about this, he wouldn't be able to make up his mind to fight for Ji Bei Ho. If that's the case, the net on land and sea will be tightened. Even Prefecture Prince Qing Shun understood. He looked at Pei Ziyun with a look of awe and disbelief. In this world, there really were people who could decide the outcome of a battle with just a few words. These are just preliminary deployments. You can send a letter to the surrounding counties to deploy now. As for the future, I will only make a decision when I arrive at the front lines. When the Crown Prince heard this, his jaw dropped. Although he wasn't well versed in military affairs, he felt that he hadn't made a mistake. He heaved a sigh of relief and was filled with joy. He then turned to look at Count Zhongqin and asked, "What do you think, Count Zhongqin? Good plan." Count Zhongqin was speechless. The Crown Prince felt a wave of relief wash over him as he replied, "Since that's the case, I shall depend on you all." Princess Royal Residence. The night gradually fell, and lanterns were lit everywhere. In the most important places, there was a palace lantern hanging from the eaves of the corridor every 10 meters, causing the corridor to be dyed with a faint silver color. The courtyard of the young Canton princess was brightly lit. In front of the room, there were 2 maidservants waiting for the young Canton princess at any time. In the room, the young Canton princess sat in front of the zither. She was calm and motionless. This was taught by the zither master in the palace. Before playing the zither, one must adjust their mind before playing. At this time, the Xiao Juanju's soft breasts were rising and falling as she breathed. She was about to stretch out her hand to play when she heard a knock on the door, and someone came in. "Little Violet, stop fooling around. When is Brother Pei leaving? Have you found out?" The Canton princess asked. Although this was against the rules, she and little Violet were very close. Furthermore, she had been sent out to find out more about important matters. Hence, she was slightly annoyed. Pei Ziyun will be leaving in 3 days. It's already been decided. The Grand Princess's voice rang out in her ears. It's just calling him Brother Pei. Since when did you become so mushy? Mother. The Canton princess trembled as she looked at the Grand Princess bashfully. She then stretched out a hand and gently punched the Grand Princess. Ai. The Grand Princess looked at her and sighed. This Brother Pei of yours is not simple at all. She had already received the Crown Prince's records and was extremely shocked. This Pei Ziyun was really unfathomable. Actually, it was a good thing that Taoists were unable to hold official positions. This way, they would not be able to form their own power and influence the imperial court. If he were to be conferred the title of true sovereign, he would be equivalent to an earl. This was more than enough for the Canton princess. It was just that when she heard that Pei Ziyun had a childhood sweetheart in his hometown, and that they were even married, her heart was clouded by a shadow. Day 3, Pier hundreds of ships had gathered. It was a rare day where the skies were clear. The sun shone down, bringing with it warmth. Looking out, the entire river was filled with flags, with the word Qing hanging on them. On the flagships, there were many armored soldiers standing guard. They held long spears in their hands as they guarded the area. Killing intent emanated from them, and they looked solemn and dignified. Dozens of military officers and generals had arrived long ago. Prince Qingde had yet to arrive. These generals were all whispering amongst themselves, their faces were filled with worry. "I didn't expect the Emperor to send Prince Qingde. He's only 12 years old, isn't he?" A general whispered. "Prince Qingde is just a servant, waiting for the Emperor's orders. Count Zhongqin is the one in charge. Although Count Zhongqin isn't a general, he has followed the Emperor on many expeditions. He's not an outsider." Someone else spoke out. The general who had just spoken looked up and smiled. "I was wondering who it was. So it's General Li." Just as he was about to continue speaking, a eunuch shouted, "Prince Qingde has arrived." All the generals stopped walking and looked up. They saw a young man with a golden hairpin on his head and a red tassel. There were 7 Eastern pearls on it. His sleeves were narrow, and there were dragons embroidered on his shoulders. He had delicate features, and was escorted by several eunuchs. Count Zhongqin and a Taoist followed behind Prince Qingde. Behind them were dozens of guards. Everyone quietened down as they watched Prince Qingde take his seat. All the generals looked over. The prince was seated on the main seat, which was expected. However, the person on his left wasn't Count Zhongqin, but a Taoist. Count Zhongqin was seated on his right. Everyone started discussing amongst themselves as they looked at each other. Count Zhongqin sat on the right and looked at the generals whispering amongst themselves. He frowned and was enraged. "Silence. Where is this? How dare you make such a ruckus in front of the prince and the emperor's sword? Are you tired of living? Why aren't you paying your respects?" Count Zhongqin shouted out in anger, causing everyone to quieten down. They then split into 2 rows and knelt down. "Your humble subject pays his respects to the prince." Prince Qingde stood up and looked down. "I have received orders from my emperor father to annihilate the rebels. However, I am still young, and would require the assistance of all the generals. Please use your lives to capture the rebels. If there is merit, I shall report it to the emperor. If there is a delay, I may be young, but can't I enforce the laws of the land?" This was what they had discussed yesterday. Although he was flustered, and his legs were trembling, Prince Qingde still recited it. All the generals looked at each other before replying, "Yes, your highness. We dare not to die for the imperial court." Pei Ziyun and Count Zhongqin looked at each other. Prince Qingde heaved a sigh of relief. "However, for this expedition, my emperor father has assigned me 2 assistants. One is Count Zhongqin, and the other is Tao Master Pei. I'm sure you're not familiar with each other. Let Count Zhongqin speak to you." Count Zhongqin looked around and spoke. "I am acting on behalf of the heavens. For this expedition, I am in charge of overseeing the rations, logistics, and document. His Majesty has appointed Prince Qingde to lead this expedition. Everything will be carried out according to his orders. When I entered the palace, I was summoned by His Majesty. The heavens warned me for an hour, and there was only one point. If anyone dares to disobey, the country will punish them immediately." Count Zhongqin laughed coldly, as all the generals knelt down. "We dare not, we shall obey your orders." Count Zhongqin's eyes gleamed coldly, but his tone was still calm. Before the troops move, the rations must move first. In order to ensure that the war goes smoothly, His Majesty has given me 1.5 million taels of silver. In the future, if there are any problems with the rations, it will be my responsibility. If the rations are not in place, and we lose the war, then I shall be beheaded. If the rations are in place, and you refuse to sacrifice your lives, then I shall be the one beheaded. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Count Zhongqin looked at Pei Ziyun and introduced him. This is Tao Master Pei, the imperial envoy of His Majesty. As Count Zhongqin spoke, he stood up and bowed to Pei Ziyun. Tao Master, from the day I received the imperial edict, I am your subordinate. If I do not do my job well, I shall be punished accordingly. If you have any instructions, please instruct me. All the generals looked at each other in dismay. Why did the emperor send a Taoist? Pei Ziyun looked at him suspiciously and shouted, "Summon the emperor's token and the emperor's sword." Pei Ziyun waved his hands, and the official who had accompanied him brought out the token and the emperor's sword. Looking at the emperor's token and the emperor's sword, everyone fell to their knees, including Prince Qingde and Count Zhongqin. They shouted, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Only Pei Ziyun remained standing, his eyes were ice-cold. All the generals who had questioned him fell to their knees. Pei Ziyun's voice was calm, yet it carried a slight tremor. The Count of Pingyuan failed in his ambush, and died fighting for his country. Let's not talk about that for now. He caused the emperor's health to deteriorate, and that's a crime. The crown prince has taken charge of the country, and the first thing he did was to appoint me as the emperor's token and the emperor's sword. He also gave me the authority to act first and report later. Whoever disagrees with this is disagreeing with the imperial court and the emperor. A gust of wind blew past, causing the generals to break out in cold sweat. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "If you think that I'm just a mere Taoist and that you can fool me as you please, then you're wrong. I don't represent myself. I represent the imperial court, the crown prince, and the emperor's expectations. You still dare to point your fingers at me? You seem to agree on the surface, but oppose me on the inside. You've missed the opportunity. Not only will I execute you, I'll send your entire family a coffin. When that happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Hearing these sharp words, even Count Zhongqin shuddered. "Yes, Your Highness." All the generals acknowledged. Pei Ziyun looked around before speaking softly. "Of course, if all of you put your lives on the line, and I'm unable to command properly, then I shall be the one to die. The blame does not lie with you. Qingde Prefecture Prince and Count Zhongqin are watching, and so are the imperial court. Rise." As soon as he said this, the emperor's edict was completed. All the generals stood up. At this point, the sound of a zither could be heard. The sound of the zither had a metallic tone to it, as well as the sound of horses galloping. It was strange. Although the sound of the zither was weak, it was like quicksilver flowing through the air. It penetrated through the air for miles and could be heard clearly. Tens of thousands of people listened to it and were stunned. This was too strange. Pei Ziyun listened quietly until the tune ended. He thought to himself, "This isn't a normal tune. It's only a matter of time before the Canton princess becomes a grandmaster." Pei Ziyun turned around and looked at the clouds in the sky. He then ordered, "Set sail." Chapter 289. As soon as he finished speaking, his plum blossom twitched, but did not reveal itself. In prefecture the sun shone down, bringing warmth to the city. The wind howled in the city. Compared to earlier hours, there were much fewer people on the street. There were only a few vendors who had set up their stalls here and there. The originally bustling bun stalls had also become less crowded. There were only a few customers left. There were even more people patrolling the street. At this point, a group of soldiers patrolled the street. Everyone avoided them. One of the customers cursed, "Damn thieves! Don't say it, don't say it." His friend beside him had just taken a bite and was frightened. He hurriedly whispered, "How dare you spout nonsense? Ji-Bei Ho has destroyed the imperial court and conquered another county. He even killed Count Ping Yuan. These few days, he's going to visit the Ji High Duke. Even if you don't want to live, don't bring me along." "What?" The man's eyes flashed as everyone started whispering amongst themselves. Ji-Bei Ho's mansion, the governor's mansion, used to be the High Duke's mansion. Now that Ji-Bei Ho had become the governor's mansion's mansion, it had been renovated and looked majestic. At this point, the entire hall was filled with officials who had come to discuss matters. The atmosphere was tense and restless. "Ji-Bei Ho has arrived." Following the voice of a warrior, Ji-Bei Ho entered through the side door. All the officials present knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, Master Ho." Ji-Bei Ho sat on the main seat with a smile on his face. He then raised his hand and said, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Master Ho." Following Ji-Bei Ho's words, all the officials stood up. A warrior then took a step forward and shouted, "Silence." Ji-Bei Ho looked down from his vantage point as well. Everything he saw was silent. Shunji had already changed into a fifth-ranked official's robe. He then took a step forward and reported, "Master Ho, I have something to report." "Speak." Shunji then shouted, "Master Ho, now that we've defeated Count Ping Yuan, we have 5 counties under our control. Being a Ho is no longer appropriate. Master Ho, please confer the title of High Duke." Shunji's voice was firm and resolute. His words reverberated throughout the hall. All the officials looked at each other before stepping forward. "Master Ho, please confer the title of High Duke." Ji-Bei Ho sat on his throne and smiled. After some time, he said, "My subjects, since you've asked me to confer the title of High Duke, let's do it. Shunji shall lead the officials and prepare for my coronation." Shunji replied, "As you command." "Is there anything else? Please report to me one by one." One of the generals stepped forward. "My lord, I have something to report. Although we have defeated Ping Yuan Bo, and the results of the battle have been plentiful, the soldiers are exhausted from the continuous battles. The most important thing is that we lost a lot of old soldiers. Right now, the most important thing is to repair and reorganize. We need to sort out the organization of the various manors, and we need to register those above the rank of squad leader. Also, the military equipment costs a lot. Ji-Bei Ho listened attentively as he dealt with the affairs of the imperial court. The small imperial court was already in motion. Although he was listening attentively, his thoughts were already elsewhere. In 3 days, it would be time for him to ascend to the throne of Ji High Duke. January 20th, early morning, a large bell was rung, and the ceremonial music started to play. A bird was flying towards them, but was startled by the music. It was so frightened that it turned around and fled. Ji-Bei Ho changed his clothes in the mansion, and several maids attended to him. He was wearing a crown and a yellow robe, looking majestic. Outside the mansion, there was already a carriage waiting for him. The carriage was flanked by officials. Ji-Bei Ho boarded the carriage, and was escorted to the altar outside the city. The altar had already been prepared outside the city. It was made of 5-colored soil and was surrounded by guards. The entire area was empty, and flags were fluttering in the wind. Ji-Bei Ho got off the carriage and saw that both sides of the corridor were lined with guards. Hundreds of musicians were beating drums and chimes, and the music was loud. Amidst the deep music, Ji-Bei Ho slowly walked towards the stage. Wherever he went, the officials all knelt down. Ji-Bei Ho walked up the stairs and looked down. His eyes gleamed. 20 years ago, he had been embroiled in the War of the World. He had followed the emperor and fought in all directions. How many nights had he toiled, and how many times had he thought about the rewards he would receive in the future? However, the emperor had only given him the title of Marquis. He had been able to accept it, but the fact that he had been stripped of his military power had caused him to be dissatisfied. At this point, he had attacked repeatedly, and had taken over half of Ing Prefecture. With a single word, he had been able to decide the life and death of thousands of people. He had been unable to sleep at night. This feeling was something that nothing could replace. "Your Majesty, if you won't give it to me, I shall take it myself," Jibei-ho thought to himself. He felt as though he had been filled with fear, frustration, and excitement for so long. "Stop!" This voice woke Jibei-ho from his reverie. Jibei-ho didn't hesitate and started reciting, "Your subject dares to tell the heavens that the Emperor is a gathering of vile people, and ghosts are running amok. Your subject is a virtuous person, and only obeys the will of the heavens. I am now the Ji-Hai Duke." When he finished reciting, he knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to the heavens. When he was done, his heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding filled his heart. His face turned pale. The officials below did not know what had happened, and all knelt down to congratulate him. Dark Altar Mountain, Taoist temple within the Taoist temple, a bolt of lightning flashed past, and illuminated the entire area. The rain continued to fall, and the entire temple was the same as before. The blind Taoist was sitting in the dark when he suddenly stood up. "It's done!" The anchor on the deity's throne let out a dragon's roar. Following the roar, a faint image of a red and yellow dragon appeared. As it appeared, the anchor started to glow red, and a few strange inscriptions started to light up. Under the red light, the cracks on the anchor started to repair itself. The blind Taoist felt his body relax, and his dry white hair started to turn black. His skin started to become moist and mottled. After some time, the anchor stopped moving, and a talisman appeared. The blind Taoist pointed at the talisman, and started to recite an incantation. Boom! The talisman lit up and pierced through the void. Far away in the void, the sky was blood red, and the clouds were burning furiously. Black lightning flashed across the dark clouds. Boom! A huge meteorite fell from the sky, causing a cloud of dust to rise. The meteorite smashed a hole in the cloud of fire. Outside the hole, one could see a deep, dark abyss, stars, and countless fragments. Meteorites fell from the sky one after another, causing the clouds to be riddled with holes. The ground was filled with cracks, and flames could be seen everywhere. Huge craters could be seen, as though there was no life in them. Demon army, demon army! There was a huge altar that pierced through the clouds. The altar shone with a dark metallic glow, and on top of the altar stood a dark giant. This giant had 3 heads, and its eyes were empty. Wind and clouds swirled around it, and it had 3 faces on one body. All of a sudden, the 3-headed giant moved, as it held a long chain in its hands. With a "paw" sound, it extended into the void and out of sight. "It's taken the bait, I've found the location." The 3-headed giant laughed, revealing 6 rows of sharp teeth. As it laughed, the dark clouds in the sky started to gather. Boom! A meteorite slammed into the giant's body, causing it to sway slightly. The black aura emanated from its body as it roared, "Sacrifice, sacrifice!" A mysterious ripple spread out. The flames and cracks in the ground started to tremble. Roar, roar! Demons of all shapes and sizes started to crawl out from the ground. Looking across, the desolate land had turned into a paradise for demons. The giant opened its 3 mouths and chanted. The eyes of the demon army turned red, and they surged forward like the tide, advancing along the predetermined path. The altar got closer and closer, and it also got bigger and bigger. It was at least 300 feet wide, and the altar lit up with a dark red light. Hundreds of black shadows flew down and landed on the altar. These black shadows were not humans. Their bodies were thicker than humans, and there was no special difference in their body shape. However, some of them had scales, some had curved horns, some had huge tails, and some had wings. The difference between them and the demons below was that they were more humanoid and intelligent. Sacrifice. Only then can you open the door to another world. The three-headed giant let out a roar, and the hundreds of black shadows immediately understood. On the altar, a huge force gradually formed, and those twisted demons with snake bodies, human heads, tiger heads, pig bodies, etc. These demons seemed to have been forcefully pieced together, and there were traces of them being pieced together. When they moved, there was a lot of blood stains on them. On the 4 stone steps of the altar, they fought to be the first. As soon as they stepped onto the altar, a red light enveloped the demon. The demon seemed to be crying out in joy as its body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that flowed towards the center of the altar. The demons behind were not afraid at all, and continued to charge forward. They exploded into a bloody mist, and a thick layer of blood formed on the surface of the altar. The three-headed giant placed the chains in its hands on the altar before placing them on it. Roots started to grow out of the chains, densely packed together, and started to absorb the blood of the demons. The chains started to vibrate, as though they were pulling on something heavy. Beams of red light shot out into the air. Dark altar sect, Taoist temple, Ka. The blind Taoist looked up, and noticed that the anchor seemed to be hooked onto something. Boom. Earthquake, not good, it's an earthquake. A voice rang out from outside. The guard shouted out loudly, as he hurriedly ran for cover. The blind Taoist didn't have time to think. All he could see was the red and black chi emanating from the anchor. It swirled around and dissipated into the air. Is this essence chi? The blind Taoist stretched out his hand to feel it, but he couldn't feel it. Why is there so much essence chi emanating from it? The blind Taoist seemed to have sensed something as he ran out of the hall and looked up into the sky. He saw a strange sight in the sky. One side of the sky was covered in thick clouds, and the sound of thunder could be heard. On the other side, the sun was shining brightly, and the golden rays of light shone down. A gust of wind blew past, and the sound of thunder could be heard. The rain stopped, and the blind Taoist shuddered. He then realized that this wasn't a dream. He was an expert in heaven's secrets, and could feel the changes in the sky. His heart was filled with astonishment. Pei Ziyun didn't stop to rest, and took the boat south. This was the fastest method he could think of. Hundreds of boats traveled for tens of kilometers, and stopped at a pier along the way. At this point, they stopped at a restaurant. The sky was clear, and the river was wide. Pei Ziyun smiled and turned to an official. Please have some tea. I wanted to talk for a while longer, but you're the magistrate, and can only stay for a while. Let's talk briefly. As he finished speaking, he sat down. This magistrate was Luo Hongying. She had already heard about Pei Ziyun's exploit. Although she knew that Pei Ziyun's poems had shaken the heavens, she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, she would become the person in charge of the ambush of Ji Bei Ho, leading the Emperor's sword and regal propria. Chapter 290. With these 2 items, anyone below the 5th rank could be killed before reporting. Even 3rd-ranked enemies could be killed on the battlefield. Luo Hongying swallowed her saliva and said, Count Zhongqin has requested for the distribution of rations. This lowly official is worried about this matter. There are only 20,000 dawn in the warehouse. Although there are rations in the market, there is no silver. We cannot force them. If the silver does not arrive, we will not be able to gather 50,000 dawn. This lowly official will transport the remaining 20,000 dawn to the warehouse. Once the silver arrives, or when the winter wheat is harvested, this lowly official will personally transport the remaining 30,000 dawn to the front lines. Pei Ziyun glanced at Luo Hongying. Actually, this was the power of a civil official. If she didn't cooperate, the civil officials would be able to report everything to her. But if she cooperated, there was always a way for her to do so. Hence, rations were one of the most powerful weapons the civil officials could use to control the generals. Furthermore, in this era it was extremely difficult to transport rations. From a distance of 100 miles, the cost of transporting a grain of rice would increase by several times. Long-distance transportation was even more expensive than rations. Pei Ziyun was not afraid at all. He waved his hands and said, "Since 50,000 is too much, I will not ask for too much. Hand over the 15,000 dong and you may leave." Pei Ziyun watched as he left before calling out, "System." With a pause sound, the plum blossom in front of him grew larger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him and revealed a mission. Mission: enter the path of Tao through the zither, open the gates of heaven for Qi Qianya incomplete. Mission: eliminate Ji Bei Ho and be bestowed the title of true sovereign incomplete. Although I am not the imperial envoy and am merely acting on his behalf, the imperial Qi still interferes with the system. Since I am free, I have to open it in this restaurant. Now I have 2 missions. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he scanned through the information interface. Master. 5th level, 52. 7%. Now that I've published a book, my reputation isn't that useful to me anymore. It's been half a year since the last time, and I've only managed to accumulate 52.7%. But there's spiritual qi flowing in. The amount of spiritual qi flowing in from these 3 places is not small. I shall use it here. He made up his mind. 52.7% suddenly became blurry and clear. Master. 5th level, 105.6%. Without hesitation, he pointed at the plum blossom and spiritual energy flowed into the plum blossom. Immediately, his spirit felt refreshed. Master, level 6.5.6%. I'm at the 6th level. I've completed my night wandering. The next step is to remove my name from the register. Qin Prefecture under the sunlight, rows of soldiers were training in the martial arts training field. Up on the stage, King Lu looked over as a smile flashed across his face. They're almost there. Yes, Your Highness. Ji Bei Ho is rebelling. Your Highness is the son of the Emperor. It's only right for you to train the soldiers. The other feudal vassals have to be cautious, but Your Highness can reorganize the army. King Lu laughed out. How many people have pledged their allegiance to us now? Eunuch Liao thought for some time before replying, Your Highness, Ji Bei Ho has rebelled, and the imperial court's attention has lessened. Our progress is getting faster and faster. Now, half of the military power is in our hands. As for the remaining half, many people are still wavering. King Lu nodded his head. Good. These few days, we've finally gathered more than half of them. King Lu then asked, What is the imperial court doing now? Who did they send this time? Who was the commander? How many soldiers did they send? Eunuch Liao replied, Your Highness, I've received the news. The Emperor has sent out Prefecture Prince Qing Shun, with Count Zhongqin as his deputy. King Lu was still rather nonchalant. When he heard these words, his face turned solemn, and his expression changed. He stopped walking for some time before raising his head. Nonsense. Third brother is only 12 years old. What does he know about military affairs? Father is old and muddled. Count Zhongqin is loyal and diligent, but he can only be a deputy general. Is there no one else in the imperial court? Eunuch Liao hurriedly replied, King Lu, this is only on the surface. The commander is someone else. As he spoke, Xiecheng Dong stepped forward and handed him a scroll. King Lu paused as he took the scroll and read it. He then opened his mouth wide and said, Pei Ziyun, he's just a mere top scorer and a Taoist at that. How can he be the commander? Is this person a genius, or is he trying to please the crowd? Your Highness, this person is a genius. I've fought with him before and have seen him for myself. Xiecheng Dong praised Pei Ziyun generously. King Lu then tossed the scroll aside. Since Mr. Xie is praising him so highly, it seems like this person is our greatest enemy. After some time, King Lu then instructed, "Pay close attention to this person's movements." Eunuch Liao replied, "Yes, your highness." Qing Lin County In Hu rode atop his horse, as more than 10 troops surrounded the city, and looked up. Looking at the huge city in front of them, In Hu then spoke to a deputy general, "Go up and provoke them. Try to lure as many people as possible out of the city to fight us." "Yes, General." The deputy general galloped forward and led a group of soldiers to challenge him. On top of the city walls, the magistrate was leading a group of soldiers to scout the area. When he heard people shouting insults at him, the captain's face turned red as he shouted angrily, "The bandits of the northern region are challenging us again. Your Excellency, I'm willing to lead my troops out of the city and fight them. I want to show them the might of the Imperial Army." Hearing these words, the magistrate turned around and shouted out, "Nonsense! The Imperial Court has ordered us to defend the city. Whoever dares to fight will be guilty. If any of you dare to leave the city, I will chop off your head." "I don't dare." Seeing that the magistrate was enraged, the soldiers' faces turned red as well. After some time, the captain spoke out, "Magistrate, Your Excellency, we have 3,500 soldiers in Qing Lin County. The prefecture has also given us 2,000 soldiers. That's more than enough to defend the city. Fighting a few small battles would be good for our morale. Why doesn't Your Excellency allow us to fight?" "Bastard!" The magistrate pointed down and paused for a moment. "Look at the bandits. Their armor is clear and bright. Furthermore, we've lost many of our troops. Now the entire county is filled with soldiers who haven't been around for long. Some of them are even soldiers who were recruited at the last minute. The Imperial Court has decreed that anyone who dares to fight is guilty. Let us guard the city with peace of mind. Although we can't fight in the open, the city's defenses have been repaired and we have sufficient weapons. There's nothing to worry about. If it's a battle in the open, whoever dares to say that I'll win once I leave the city, and if I lose I'll execute him. How about that?" The magistrate gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. Seeing that none of the captains dared to make a sound, he softened his tone. "Even if I win, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to win. According to the Imperial Court's plans, all we have to do now is to defend the city. If you have time to spare, you can train your men. The Imperial Court will find a way to use your skills." The magistrate didn't want to offend the captains at this point in time. Although he was a high-ranking official, he had to prevent the captains from doing anything stupid. These men were all hot-blooded. If they were to lose the battle and lose the city, the magistrate would have no choice but to surrender. "General, I've been yelling for an hour, but there's no response from the city." The deputy general returned in defeat. The general was expressionless. When he heard this, he turned to another deputy general and asked, "Are all the soldiers ready? Are all the siege weapons ready?" "General, everything is ready. We can attack the city at any time," the deputy general replied. "Since these people refuse to leave the city, we have no choice but to attack. Listen to my command, prepare to attack the city at any time," In Hu said coldly. In fact, he was worried. He only had 10,000 men. Although they looked organized, only 2,000 of them were considered veterans. It would be difficult for them to attack the city. However, if they retreated without a fight, he would not be able to answer to High Duke Ji. He thought to himself, who in the Imperial Court came up with this idea? It's getting harder and harder to trick them. "Yes, General," the deputy general replied loudly. He then waved his hand and a group of soldiers pushed out a cart. These carts were made of thick wooden planks. The first layer was made of leather, and the second layer was made of iron. Small bricks and stones wouldn't budge, while large bricks and stones would roll down. Firewood wouldn't burn them either. These carts were placed on top of a cart, and could provide cover for the soldiers behind the cart. There were also hundreds of small carts, filled with mud and stones, which were used to fill in the trenches in front of the city. Seeing the carts advancing, the G soldiers shouted out. Someone on top of the city wall gave the order, "Shoot!" The archers released their arrows in unison, causing a rain of arrows to rain down. However, the carts were protected by thick wooden plank. The sound of arrows being fired could be heard, but the G soldiers who were hiding in the carts were unharmed. They continued to advance at high speed. When the magistrate saw this, he ordered, "Don't shoot recklessly. Wait until they're climbing the ladders before shooting." The ladders were approaching the city. The commandant on top of the city wall saw it clearly and shouted, "Prepare to release the meteorites." The meteorites were thrown down heavily, and screams could be heard. "Prepare the gold juice." Immediately, the commandant raised a huge pot, which was filled with boiling feces. As soon as the pot was poured, the soldiers on top of the ladders cried out in agony, as several G soldiers fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens of G soldiers had been killed. Spear soldiers pierce. Some of the G soldiers climbed up the ladders and pierced them with their spears. The spears were unstoppable and unstoppable. They screamed as they fell to the ground. Bottles of oil, cannons, and logs were poured down like a torrential downpour. The magistrate stood to his left and right as he gave orders. He watched as the ants charged towards the ladders, before falling to the ground amidst the rain of spears and blades. The imperial court is wise indeed. If we were to fight in the open, we wouldn't be able to hold out. Seeing the retreating ladders, the magistrate gave out orders and thought to himself, "The casualties are not small." Hugh was at the front, and on his left and right were carts. He was heavily guarded and sighed as he looked at the city walls. The city walls were tall, and in the blink of an eye, they had already lost 200 to 300 men. The number of casualties had far exceeded their expectations. The bugle horn sounded as the G soldiers retreated. Hugh's face was ashen. The results of this test were not good. If they were to really take down the city, not many of his 10,000 men would survive. The deputy general spoke out, "General, these soldiers have learned their lesson. Originally, the prefectural soldiers were just soldiers, and did not have any powerful generals. If they were to be lured out, we would be able to annihilate them. The last time we defeated Count Ping Yuan, it was the same. Who would have thought that we would not be able to lure them out, nor would we be able to fake our defeat? With the great Sui dynasty's troops guarding the city, even if they were old and weak, it would be difficult to take them down. Initially, I thought that the civil officials were just acting on their own accord, and that we would be able to annihilate them easily. Who knew that these people would be so difficult to deal with? If we were to continue fighting, we would suffer huge losses." Hugh sighed. The imperial court has issued an official decree forbidding the civil officials from leaving the city to engage in battle. They have even deployed troops to reinforce the front lines. It's indeed difficult for us to fight. Retreat immediately and report the situation to the Lord. "Yes," the deputy general replied. Chapter 291. High Duke's Mansion. Ji Bei Ho looked at the report in front of him and his face fell. "Pah!" He slammed the report onto the ground and shouted, "Useless, it's all because of me." As he raged, his body started to heat up. He then unbuttoned his robes. The day he sacrificed himself to the heavens and earth, he had been feeling uneasy, as if he had lost something important. Shun Ji's face was pale as well. "High Duke, ever since the last sacrifice, there was an earthquake. There have been rumors spreading amongst the people. My army has been on the offensive for a while now, and is getting tired. The enemy's counties are not willing to fight in the open. Hence, it's hard to find an opportunity to fight. It's not that the generals are not willing to fight, we cannot blame them. However, I've recruited another 50,000 men to train them. Once they're trained, we can break through the blockade." "That's right, an army is the foundation. Once the 50,000 men are trained, we can break through the blockade." Ji Bei-ho mumbled to himself. He then sighed and said, I guess that's the only way. Shinji looked over and felt uneasy as well. He then consoled Ji Bei-ho, 50,000 men have been trained. This is High Duke's dragon soaring in the skies. Why would you panic? The sea hoo-hoo. The wind kept blowing the sails forward, and the cold seawater hit the side of the ship, splashing waves. Layers of dark clouds in the sky moved with the wind, quickly changing color, and became dark with a gloomy atmosphere. Pa pa pa. Raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting the deck of the ship. Inside and outside the meeting room, there were 2 rows of soldiers. They were armed with swords, and their eyes were gleaming. One look and anyone could tell that they were elite soldiers. Inside the room, there was a specially made meeting room. Even on the ship, it was spacious. The windows weren't big and the room was dark. The Duke sat in the middle, with Pei Ziyun on his left and Count Zhongqin on his right. In front of them was a map of Ying Prefecture. Originally, they wanted to make a sand table, but due to the turbulence of the sea, they had no choice but to use a map. The map was hung on the wall of the meeting room. Behind the 3 of them, there were about 10 soldiers seated in 3 rows. Several candles were lit, illuminating the entire room. A young commandant stood under the map and reported. He held a straight wooden stick that was as thick as a finger. He pointed at the map and said, according to the latest intelligence, Chunglin County has successfully defended against the bandit. Dongping County and Huyuan County are also defending against the enemy's further expansion. According to Taoist masters' orders, the 3 prefectures behind these prefectures are rhythmically transferring troops to the frontline prefectures. Moreover, there's a defensive line behind them. After that, Ji Bei-ho did not attack again. They were less than 100 miles away from Ying Prefecture, and the reports kept coming in. This method of introduction was something that Pei Ziyun had requested and devised. He wanted the great general to understand his intentions. County Prince Ching was still young and didn't know much about military affairs. He listened attentively and didn't speak. Count Zhongqin didn't hesitate as he stared at the map. After some time, he said, looks like the one with the most calculations wins. Taoist's plan is brilliant. Now that the enemy has weakened, and Ji Bei-ho has been trapped, once the imperial army arrives, they will be able to sweep them away. When Count Zhongqin said this, the 3 rows of generals behind him paused as they looked at each other. They then clasped their hands and said, Taoist master is a genius. Ji Bei-ho shall be destroyed. Pei Ziyun didn't seem to mind as he glanced at the map. From the looks of it, Ji Bei-ho had been trapped. Although he wasn't an imperial envoy, he had the authority to observe the situation. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and looked at the map on the wall. His vision blurred as he looked at the map. It was as though a cage had appeared on the map. He thought to himself, Ji Bei-ho has been trapped. Now that we've trapped the tiger, we can fight. Pei Ziyun spoke calmly. Ji Bei-ho's rebellion was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's just that the Count of Pingyuan was defeated, which caused the situation to worsen. The emperor is high up in the 9 prefectures, and the crown prince is constantly watching over him. Furthermore, he has mobilized the 3 prefectures to work hard. We can't fight for too long. Now that we've formed an encirclement, we can proceed to the next step. Count Zhongqin paused as he pondered for some time. He then thought to himself, although we've surrounded them on land, there's still the Ying Prefecture Navy. If we attack them by force, we might fail. He then stood up and spoke, Tao Master Pei, Ji Bei-ho has become a cornered beast. The Ying Prefecture Navy is still roaming around. If we attack now, I'm afraid there will be repercussions. Speaking up to this point, Count Zhongqin paused. Tao Master, now is not the time for the final battle, right? If we want to fight, we have to deal with the Ying Prefecture Navy first. Pei Ziyun looked at Count Zhongqin and said coldly, of course it's not a duel. How can you eat until you're fat? You'll choke to death if you do that. Pei Ziyun swept his gaze across the crowd and saw that they were all suspicious. He then stood in front of the map and took the baton from the field officer. He then pointed at all the counties surrounding prefecture. The defenses of the various counties have been completed. As he spoke, he drew a circle on the map, encircling the area in front of him. This is the encirclement of our imperial court. I call it the Iron Curtain. However, our army has already arrived. The various counties cannot simply defend themselves. Prefecture Prince Qing followed Pei Ziyun's words and looked at the map. Pei Ziyun then said, the original intention was to form the Iron Curtain. Secondly, it was to let the prefects and field officers of the various counties understand the difference in strength between us and the enemy, as well as the value and benefits of defending. I believe that after this battle, they have all realized this. With this realization, we can allow them to attack. We can order the generals of the various counties to lead their elite troops to attack the enemy's territory. The soldiers will take turns to go out and train. However, the rule is that no matter which part of the army goes out to battle, the officials will lead 60 to 70% of the troops to defend the city, while the generals will lead 30 to 40% of the troops to attack. We cannot put the cart before the horse. He pointed the baton on the map, each circle getting smaller and smaller. Pei Ziyun then said coldly, this battle is not about attacking from all sides. We have to rely on the defenses of the city to attack from all sides. We have to make sure that the enemy is under heavy pressure and not be able to deploy any troop. When the enemy attacks, we have the counties to defend. This is like a fishbone stuck in our throat. When the enemy defends, our counties will take the opportunity to attack. As the saying goes, we are surrounded by enemies on all sides. We have to use our knives to cut our flesh and bleed our blood. This will cause the enemy to be so exhausted that they will not be able to rest and recover. As Pei Ziyun spoke, the entire meeting room fell silent. Everyone was shocked. Even Prince Qing was deep in thought. Food has to be eaten one bite at a time, and war has to be fought step by step. As for the main force of our army, our first battle will not be against the enemy navy, but against Golden Island. Pei Ziyun then used his baton to draw a circle on the map. Our army has been traveling for a month now, and is very tired. We have to rest and recuperate. Before that, we need to win a battle to raise our morale. Treat it as a warm-up. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. In reality, the most taboo thing for an army to do was to fight in stagnant waters. Although a small victory in a small battle did not seem like much, it would greatly boost the morale of the entire army. Pei Ziyun then said, all the generals can start preparing. There are only a few hundred people on Golden Island. We can take them down in one fell swoop. As for other battle strategies, we shall discuss them after we have rested. Yes. The rain continued to pour down, splashing onto the surface of the sea. The water splashed up and disappeared with the waves. Golden Island. On the island, several people were looking out from the observation deck. All of a sudden, they saw a black dot on the surface of the sea. One of them paused. Could it be that they have sent a ship over? The number of black dots in the distance kept increasing, and gradually became clearer. It turned into hundreds of huge ships heading towards Golden Island. These ships were huge in size and looked like a flag tower. Seeing the messenger team, the soldiers on the platform revealed expressions of horror. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, but they were unable to make a sound. After a long time, they shouted in panic, "This is bad! Run! The Imperial Court's army is here! Run!" What? The Imperial Army? Within the army camp, the soldiers who were guarding the area were all lazing around. At this point, they were all alerted and came out to take a look. They saw that the fleet was nearing. The flags on the ships were lined with soldiers, and there were tens of thousands of them. The soldiers felt their legs turn to jelly. Disembark, get into formation. Pei Ziyun stood on the observation deck and watched from afar. He saw the anchors of the ships being lowered, and the deck was lowered. The deck was wide enough for 3 people to sit on. Following an order, the soldiers disembarked from the ship and formed into a formation. The army was organized, and there were 1,500 of them. There were even horses on the deck of the ship. In front of the army was a cavalry scout. Golden Island was less than 200 square kilometers in area. After scouting for a while, they understood the situation and rushed back to report the situation. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the troops had left and were gathered at the army camp. The enemy's camp was very secure, but when they saw the 1,500 soldiers from the Imperial Army, they panicked. "Kill, kill, kill!" These people shouted in unison, and their voices reverberated through the skies. Within the camp, there were several old subordinates of Ji Bei Ho. When they saw the incoming army, they shouted, "Kill, kill the bandits, kill the bandits!" However, the moment the battle started, a loud boom could be heard, and the camp was destroyed. This was because many people saw that the Imperial Army was too powerful, and did not dare to resist. "Those who surrender will not be killed." As they shouted this, more and more people surrendered. Only a small group of people who were loyal to Ji Bei Ho resisted. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. "Tie these people up, and cut down the trees. Prepare to set up camp," a general commanded loudly as he disembarked from the ship. The soldiers who were charging towards the camp treated these people as captive. At this point, a Taoist hid within the forest. His hands trembled as he retrieved a talisman. In Prefecture, Navy. The ship was anchored near the shore, and the rain continued to pour down from the sky, hitting the deck of the ship. Chen Ping was wearing a raincoat as he stood there. His face was ashen as he looked into the distance. He could see that the waves were raging, and the battleships were on high alert. "General!" A group of soldiers wearing raincoats were hurrying forward. However, as the ship swayed, they were unable to stand steadily. Chen Ping turned around and looked at the person in front of him. He then asked coldly, "What's the matter?" This person ran in front of him. "General, the Imperial Army is attacking Golden Island." "What?" Chen Ping was shocked, and his heart relaxed. He had followed Ji Bei Ho. Oh no, he was now High Duke Ji. High Duke Ji had generously allowed him to expand his army. Originally, he had 6,000 soldiers. Now, he had expanded to 10,000. The navy was different from the army. They had to have ships, and it would take 1 to 2 years before they could be manufactured. Hence, expanding the navy to 10,000 was the limit. However, these 4,000 new soldiers could not be compared to the old soldiers. Hence, when he found out that the Imperial Army had 10,000 soldiers, he could not help but feel nervous. When he heard that the Imperial Army was not coming, he heaved a sigh of relief. But the Imperial Army has traveled for a month. They would definitely be exhausted. If they were to fight me head-on, I might be able to win. Now that they've gone to Golden Island, that would be impossible. I can only react accordingly. Once I've boarded the pirate ship, it's going to be difficult to get off. Chen Ping could not describe his feelings. He was filled with regret and confusion. Chapter 292. Golden Island. As the sun rose into the sky, the island was bustling with activity. The forest was filled with the sounds of logging. Hundreds of boats were lined up neatly along the shore. Apart from the general's residence, the soldiers had set up camps and camps. Those in charge of cooking and drinking had set up tents along the shore. The soldiers were collecting oysters and seashells on the beach. A warship was fishing in the sea not far away. The sun shone on the surface of the water, reflecting a golden glow. White seagulls flew in flocks. Prince Qingde, Count Zhongqin and Pei Ziyun climbed up the mountain under the protection of the soldiers. Prince Qingde smiled brightly as he paused to look at the scenery in the distance. In the distance, the birds and seagulls could be seen. There were wildflowers by the side of the road and the blue sea. He was in a good mood as he smiled. The south is hotter than the capital city. Spring came earlier. Look at the greenery on the island. Pei Ziyun stopped walking as well. He looked down from the top of the mountain and saw smoke rising from the chimneys. He smiled. What's even better is that the houses on the island have not been destroyed. The soldiers of Golden Island had surrendered without a fight. Hence, the buildings were not destroyed. In fact, there were a few wells which must have been built by the soldiers. Just as he was thinking about this, the talisman vibrated. Pei Ziyun remained calm and heard Prince Qing De ask curiously, "I've heard that this was originally the property of a Dao master? Does the Dao master intend to operate on this island?" Count Zhongqin looked at the talisman and shook his head. "This place is barren and hard to cultivate. Even if it can be cultivated, it won't be much. Before the cultivation of such an island could be reaped, it would be a huge expenditure. Furthermore, the potential was small. Yes, this island is no bigger than a village. Furthermore, it's mountainous and hard to cultivate. However, if we were to cultivate it and introduce intensive farming, we might be able to sustain ourselves. We could even provide food and water for the ships that pass by and repair the ships to earn some income." Pei Ziyun smiled as he spoke. Actually, he had already looked around. There was a small piece of flat land. The land was made up of 1,000-year-old plants and bird droppings. It was very fertile. Canals were dug out and rice and sugar cane were planted there. Rice was self-sufficient, sugar cane could be extracted. Although there were many mountains on the island, it was relatively flat. Although it could not be developed into farmland, it could be used for grazing. All in all, there was still a lot of potential. As for the development costs, he had a lot of gold. However, there was no need for further explanation. He invited them into the stronghold and pointed, "This used to be my residence. Duke and Count, please stay here." Count Zhongqin examined the stronghold and the courtyard again, and reluctantly nodded his head. He then activated the talisman, and He Qing appeared within the glow of the talisman. When she appeared, she said, "Young chieftain, we've traveled 10 kilometers southeast of the ocean. All right, I shall instruct a boat to pick you up," Pei Ziyun said. In order to prevent any ambushes, there were 2 warships patrolling the waters around Golden Island. "Yes, young master." Pei Ziyun walked out and looked at the guards that were following him. He then instructed, "Someone has arrived from the sea with rewards. Send someone to receive them from the southeast." A group of armored soldiers followed the order and left. Count Zhongqin and Prefecture Prince Cheng De were still patrolling the island. Prefecture Prince Cheng De was still young, and it was rare for him to be on the island. Hence, he was not as stern as before. After an hour, He Qing was led by someone, "Young chieftain, how's the situation now?" Pei Ziyun asked. "Young chieftain, the last time we sent out a warning, everyone on the island was evacuated. There were no casualties. This time, we received young master's orders and returned. However, we did not bring any civilians with us. We have 6 boats, filled with livestock, vegetables and fruit." "Good, Qing, you've worked hard." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "When the army moves away, you can slowly move the people back. I've taken a look. Other than the deserted farmland, and the livestock that were originally on the island have been slaughtered, everything else is in good condition. There are even some new buildings. You and Renwei can bring some people to restore the farmland, and buy some livestock to graze on the island. Now that there are fewer people, and there are no wolves, tigers or eagles, you can just let them graze on the grass. The entire island will be a natural pasture." Hearing the young chieftain praise her, He Qing smiled. "Working for young chieftain, it's not hard at all." Pei Ziyun looked at He Qing. He hadn't seen her for a long time, and she had become even more charming. Was this a cultivation technique? Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he looked away from He Qing's body. He then spoke in a serious tone, "Hand over all the pigs and sheep you've brought to the army. Do your best to support the army. Seeing He Qing's reluctance, Pei Ziyun laughed. Slaughter all the livestock, and feed them to the soldiers. I'm the commander of the army, and will not suffer any losses. He Qing was somewhat nervous as she asked, Young chieftain, you're in charge of the army, and you've shown the island to everyone. Won't there be people gossiping about you? Pei Ziyun didn't seem to mind as he squinted his eyes. If I win, I'm not an official, and won't be rewarded. If I don't profit from this, I'm afraid people will be afraid of me. Don't worry, this island is for them to see. If I win, they will officially give me the island as my fief. Although I don't need it, it's a title that I can use to communicate with the mainland. With it, I can do many things. There's no need to be secretive. The third day, the sun shines brightly. It wasn't time for dinner yet, but there were hundreds of pots on the beach, cooking. Thick smoke rose up from the pots, and the fragrance of meat could be smelled from afar. This was the result of all the livestock being slaughtered on the 6 boat. The army did not lack rations, but they lacked meat. This was a rare opportunity for them to eat their fill. In just 3 days, more than 10 camps had been built on the island. Many soldiers were training on the island. The sun shone down, and the fragrance of meat wafted through the air. Everyone was hungry, and their Adam's apple moved as they swallowed their saliva. The aroma of meat wafted through the camp as well, whetting one's appetite. However, there were many people hurrying to and fro, surrounding a simple sand table. Prefecture Prince Qingde sat down and watched, as though it was very interesting. Count Zhongqin watched from the side. His eyes were solemn. The simple sand table was based on a map, and there were many labels on it. Several generals surrounded the sand table and discussed amongst themselves. Following the announcement of the strategy of attacking and defending, the battles in the surrounding counties became more intense. One of them reported, Dao Master, Tring Lin County and Dongping County have sent their troops to fight against the bandits, and are holding them back. When Pei Ziyun heard this, his eyes were solemn as he stretched out his hand and placed the flag on the sand table. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard approaching, reporting, Dao Master. Dong and Prefecture has sent their troops. Colonel Chen Bin has killed a group of 500 bandits. The troops from Huyuan County have suffered a setback, and have lost more than half of their troop. Colonel Feng Yu has been injured, and the bandits have taken the opportunity to attack the city. However, Huyuan County has yet to be conquered. One of the generals placed the flag on the sand table. The small sand table showed the entire Ying prefecture clearly. Count Zhongqin looked at the sand table and laughed. Jibei Ho is having a hard time moving forward. When the generals heard this, they all fell into deep thought. Prefecture Prince Qingde looked at the sand table and felt his heart itch, yet he didn't understand. He then stood up and asked, Count Zhongqin, there's something I don't understand. Please explain. Count Zhongqin's eyes were fixed on the sand table when he heard Prefecture Prince Qingde's question. His voice was very young, but Count Zhongqin didn't dare to be negligent. Prefecture Prince Qingde was doted on by the emperor, and was also the commander of the army. He then explained, Prefecture Prince, look. Jibei Ho's real army is only 10,000 strong. He's been attacking the city, and has even gathered his old subordinates and reinforcements. In a short while, his army has grown to 60,000. However, the imperial court has formed an iron curtain around the counties, which has curbed his growth. On top of that, they allow the colonel to participate in the battle. Firstly, it's to maintain the morale of the soldiers. Secondly, it's to disrupt and restrain the bandit. Although there are victories and defeats, that's not important. What's important is that although there are 50,000 bandits, most of them are pinned down and unable to move. Furthermore, there are only 10,000 soldiers in the city. If nothing goes wrong, victory is assured. Prefecture Prince Qingde understood and laughed. I understand now. They're using numbers to bully others. Hearing Prefecture Prince Chengda's childish words, all the generals wanted to laugh, but nobody dared to do so. Pei Ziyun sighed in admiration. Prefecture Prince's words are accurate and hit the nail on the head. This is the essence of the art of war. He then instructed, Hu Yuan County has suffered a setback. Colonel Feng Yu is to be stripped of his post. He shall lead his troops and continue to serve Hu Yuan County. This is to atone for his crimes. Yes. Immediately, someone recorded this down and was ready to send it out. One of the generals frowned. I've heard that Ji Bei Ho has recruited 50,000 soldiers. It's just that they haven't appeared on the battlefield yet. I'm sure they're not strong enough and are still training. I feel that we have to end this battle as soon as possible. We cannot give Ji Bei Ho any time to recover. Let's wipe out the navy first. Once we wipe out the navy, we'll be able to catch a turtle in a jar. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun looked over and saw that it was a dark-skinned general who had suggested this. This man was the governor of the navy. After thinking for some time, Pei Ziyun shook his head. I know about the Ying Prefecture Navy. They have 6,000 men and are all elite. Now that they have expanded to 10,000, they have a mix of new and old soldiers. However, if we want to take them down, we will suffer heavy losses. Besides, the Ying Prefecture Navy has wiped out the pirates and has experience in naval warfare. Our army has none. Once we start fighting, it's hard to say who will win. The general then understood. Pei Ziyun did not want to take the risk. He wanted to take each step carefully and not leave any openings. Meng Yao. Here. The general who had spoken earlier, Meng Yao's face was filled with joy. He knew that Pei Ziyun had taken note of his words. Pei Ziyun took out a small flag and pointed it at the shore of Ying Prefecture. He then pointed towards the shore of Ying Prefecture. We shall attack Ji Bei County. Our main force will be 20,000 strong. The rest will be your navy. I still stand by my words. If our army does not attack, Chen Ping is not a subordinate of Ji Bei Ho. He would not risk his entire army for Ji Bei Ho's sake. Hence, your navy does not have to fight the Ying Prefecture Navy. All you have to do is to hold them off. From time to time, you will be able to hold them back. If you fail to advance, I will use the Emperor's sword to decapitate you. Do you understand? Meng Yao heard Pei Ziyun's orders and grinned. I understand. Pei Ziyun then threw the baton in his hands to one side, making a loud dong sound. He then swept his gaze across the crowd. If you have any questions, speak up now. All the generals had been through many battles, and after understanding the situation, they were very clear about the battle plan. They all replied, Enlightened Master, we understand. Good. Since there are no more questions, and the soldiers have rested for 3 days, their morale and stamina have been restored. Let's move out. Yes. Chapter 293. North Altar County. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes and looked at the beach. The waves splashed against the sides of the boat. The sky was getting brighter, and the fields in the distance were green. Dock, anchor, gangplank, and disembark. The sound of a bugle horn broke the silence, startling countless birds. These birds flew up into the sky and flew off into the distance. First, a small number of cavalrymen went down and quickly patrolled the surrounding 10 miles to see if there were any enemies. Then, the sound of footsteps came one after another. The foot soldiers pressed on their hoods and stepped down, their bright red tassels glistening under the sunlight. Pei Ziyun looked at the terrain and looked up at the sky before waving his hand. Set up a simple camp. Once we're ashore, we'll start cooking. Yes, Tao Master. Pei Ziyun's messenger shouted as he rode his horse to relay the order. As soon as the order was given, the troops moved ashore. Smoke rose into the air as Pei Ziyun looked around. Men, bring me a map. An officer retrieved the map and placed it in front of him. Tao Master, we've arrived at North Altar County. This is Yuko Ferry. As the lieutenant spoke, Pei Ziyun looked at the map and gestured around North Initiative County. He then said, North Initiative County has 8 counties and 1 county. Have the scouts we sent out been able to find out what's going on? How's the communication with the county officials? An officer who was standing by the side handed over a hot towel. He had been prepared for this topic and reported, We've already checked. There are 10,000 soldiers in the county and 5,000 scattered throughout the county. Enlightened Master, this county is huge, it won't be easy to attack. Who said I want to attack immediately? Pei Ziyun's face darkened as he listened attentively. He laughed coldly as he spoke. Renwei was dressed in a green robe and wore a silk scarf as he stood beside Pei Ziyun, listening quietly. He Qing's first mission was to transport cattle and sheep. The second mission was to return to the island, and Renwei was among them. As they spoke, a pot of rice was ready. Pei Ziyun looked around. Everyone, let's eat first. Once we've eaten, we'll set off immediately. When we reach North Altar County, I'll arrange for the next step of the battle. He then turned to Meng Yao. After you unload the rations, you can go back to Ying Prefecture and restrain the Ying Prefecture Navy. Make sure that they are unable to move, and do not allow them to interfere in the battle. Leave a team behind. Count Zhongqin, protect His Highness and stay on the ship. Keep in touch at all times and transport rations. It won't be too late to move after I've conquered the county city. Yes, Taoist Master. The surrounding generals all stood up and responded loudly. Prince Qingde seemed to have some objections, but when he saw Count Zhongqin's matter-of-fact expression, he swallowed his words. Qibei County General Dong Man stood on the watchtower and looked into the distance. He saw the smoke and dust on the plains getting closer and closer. The earth trembled slightly. Almost at the same time, flags appeared on the horizon. Dong Man estimated that there were at least 15,000 people. In front of the army was a group of cavalry. They were constantly observing the situation in the surroundings. Soon, the majority of the soldiers rolled over. Banners were waving as they slowly gathered 5 miles in front of the city. Seeing that the soldiers were above 10,000, the generals around Dong Man started sweating profusely. Although they had been rebelling for half a year, the imperial court had been pressuring them for a long time. The most important thing was that although they claimed to have 10,000 soldiers, there were only 1,000 true veterans. The rest were all new recruits. No matter how they fought, they had no idea how strong they were. Dong Man's expression was still considered calm. When he looked closely, he saw that the imperial court's troops were in formation. Their discipline was strict, and the entire army was silent. Just as Dong Man was observing, Pei Ziyun was observing as well. The city was tall, and the flags on the city walls were clear. Soldiers stood in great numbers on top of the city walls. Looking at the densely packed soldiers on top of the city walls, General Chen Yong felt a chill run down his spine. He stared at the city walls, and his expression was one of unease. Chen Yong glanced at the lieutenant beside Pei Ziyun, who was holding the imperial token and the imperial sword. He furrowed his brows and reported, Your Excellency, the soldiers in the city are well prepared. If we were to attack by force, I'm afraid we would suffer heavy losses. Pei Ziyun looked at Chen Yong, his face expressionless. After a long time, he said, Who said that I want to attack the city immediately? Send out my orders. Send out the scouts and control the area within 50 kilometers. Yes. The messenger ordered his men to send the message. Looking at the huge army behind him, Pei Ziyun then said, Set up camp according to the standard. Dig a deep trench and bury the entire army. Following Pei Ziyun's orders, another group of messengers went out. Bring me the map. Beside Pei Ziyun, a personal guard took out a map and placed it in front of him. The generals gathered around and looked at it. Come, let's arrange the battle. Pei Ziyun placed the map on the ground and gestured to the surrounding officers to take a look. According to our intelligence, there are 10,000 soldiers in the county. However, there is no need to be afraid. There are only 1,000 veterans inside, but the city walls are sturdy and there is sufficient food. We only have 20,000, and it will be difficult to take them down. Even if we do manage to take them down, we will suffer heavy losses. All the generals nodded their heads. Defending a city was 3 times more advantageous than attacking it. One of them said, "Our intelligence says that there are many fake officials who are willing to cooperate with us. Can we open the city through spies?" Pei Ziyun waved a hand. "Using spies to open the city and betray us is only possible when we have the upper hand. If not, we can only leak information and leave a way out for ourselves. Our army only has 20,000 soldiers. We don't have the strength to cause the fake officials to open the city and betray us. Don't even think about it." Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes, his pupils were dark. He then used his rod to point at North Initiation County. "That's why we cannot attack the city directly. Instead, we have to change the balance of power. We have to first take down the counties." Ren Wei listened attentively as he looked at the map. What's the meaning of attacking a county instead of a county? The generals around him were puzzled, and didn't know what to make of this. Pei Ziyun then said, "It's easy at first, but difficult at the end. Have you seen a snowball before? It's difficult for us to take down an army of 10,000 soldiers. Even if we do manage to take them down, we will suffer heavy losses. But how do we deal with a county that only has a few hundred to 1,000 soldiers?" Chen Yong then said, "That's easy. But will the rest of the army support us? That's the net I've set up for a rainy day." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he paused before pointing his rod at the counties and said, "Now, the imperial court is in a defensive position. The counties that Ji Bei Ho belongs to are all under pressure. There's no way they can send reinforcement. The only place that can send reinforcements is the capital. But there are only 10,000 soldiers in the capital. Although we've recruited 50,000 new soldiers, can we fight them? If they really leave the city, I shall fight them to the death." Ren Wei was an intelligent man. Although he was an elementary scholar and couldn't speak, he understood immediately. His heart was filled with admiration. Suppressing them from all 4 sides was to restrict the movements of the various counties. It was the same for the navy as well. Since the enemy couldn't move, they could take them down one by one. "Chen Yong, you shall lead 10,000 soldiers to defend the city," Pei Ziyun instructed. "Yes." Chen Yong stepped forward to receive his orders. "You shall build a camp of 30,000 soldiers, and prepare food for them. We must ensure that no one in the city knows what's going on." Pei Ziyun then said, "But even if they find out, it doesn't matter. There are only 10,000 soldiers in the city. Most of them are new soldiers. You have 10,000 soldiers, and that's more than enough. If you can't control them, you shall be punished according to military law." "Yes," Chen Yong replied loudly, "I have men, food, and elite soldiers. If I fail again, you shall punish me according to military law." Zhou Hu passed down the order. "Our soldiers from the 3 counties around Qi Bei County are to bring their siege machines to attack the city. There must be at least 10,000 of them." "Yes," another general replied. Pei Ziyun paced a few steps and laughed coldly. "Besides my main army, I've also taken control of the 3 counties. Just the military expenditure alone has cost me 2 million taels of silver. Furthermore, I haven't included the money and rations from the various counties. Every day we fight will cost us tens of thousands of taels of silver. Hence, the imperial court can't afford to wait for too long. We have to take things one step at a time and make every second count. Tonight, I shall personally lead 10,000 men to attack the 8 counties of Yishui and Lushan. Inform the officials of the 8 counties that the imperial court's army has arrived. If they don't want to be executed as traitors, it's time for them to act as spies." I don't have the absolute advantage in the county, but in the counties, I have 10 times the number of soldiers. If they don't surrender, kill them. Yes. These people looked at each other and replied loudly. Ishui County. There were people patrolling the city walls of Ishui County. The magistrate invited General Liu to come over. Liu was puzzled. He stepped forward and felt a chill on his body. He didn't know when the sky had turned cloudy, but it was raining. At this point, he had already arrived at the restaurant. He waved his hands, and the soldiers on his left and right went inside. Delicious food had already been served. Seeing Liu enter, the magistrate welcomed him. Magistrate, why did you invite me today? Liu did not take a seat, but looked at the magistrate and asked. The magistrate was someone who had pledged allegiance to the Marquis. Some of them were still in their original positions, but most of them were former subordinates of the Marquis. Generally, I am worried. I heard that the Imperial Court's army has arrived, but we don't know where they are now. It's frightening. The magistrate looked at the general and said, his face full of worry. Staring at the magistrate, General Li laughed coldly. Everything is under the control of the Marquis. Who are you to worry about these things? Before he could finish his sentence, a horn sounded from afar. The cup in Liu's hand fell to the ground. Someone knocked on the door and shouted, General, bad news, bad news. What's the situation? Liu asked angrily. The soldier ran over, his face full of fear. General, there are tens of thousands of soldiers surrounding the city. From the top of the city, there are too many of them to count. What? Quick, quick, let's go to the top of the city. Liu shouted as he ran up the city wall. When they reached the top of the city wall, the magistrate and Liu looked down and their faces turned pale. The soldiers who had arrived earlier stood in formation. They were disciplined and orderly. Liu was an experienced soldier, and could tell that there were at least 10,000 of them. Although there aren't tens of thousands of them, there are at least 10,000 of them. At this point, a cavalryman came out and stopped 100 steps away. He shouted towards the city wall, Listen up, the Imperial Court's army has arrived. Your county is small, and you have less than 1,000 soldiers. Surrender now, and you will be spared from death. You will be able to atone for your crimes. If you don't surrender, you will be labeled as traitors if you mobilize your troop. Not only will you be destroyed, you will also bring disaster to your family. Think carefully, or you will regret it. The Imperial Court will give you an hour to make a decision. When the time comes, don't say that I didn't warn you. After he finished speaking, the cavalryman retreated. The people on the top of the city wall looked down and saw flags fluttering in the wind. Groups of soldiers were lined up, ready to set off. Not far away, the craftsmen who followed the army could be seen assembling shields and scaling ladders. Compared to the clamor, the army in the middle of the city was unmoved. Apart from the neighing of the war horses, the rest of the army was silent. An unfathomable aura emanated from the army, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. This is a strong army. Everyone's faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Chapter 294. Looking at this, Liu was stunned. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his heart was pounding and his legs were trembling. The magistrate looked at him and bowed. Your Excellency. Well, shall we go to a secluded place in the wall to talk? Liu stared at the magistrate for a long time before nodding. He then followed the magistrate to the next room and was surrounded by his soldiers. Your Excellency Li. The magistrate stopped and said, Do you know what I want to say? Liu also stopped and stared at the magistrate. After a long time he said, It's not a good thing to surrender and then rebel. No one will tolerate you. The magistrate smiled bitterly. It's better than dying. He then looked at Liu. When Ji Beiho's army arrived, my county had few soldiers and had no choice but to surrender. Now that the imperial army has arrived, they are much stronger. Generally, think about it. How many soldiers do you have? 700? 800? How many veterans are there? Although I don't know much about military affairs, I can see that there are only 1,500 soldiers. With these 50 soldiers and a few hundred new recruits, how long can they resist the Imperial Army? 2 hours? Or a day? When the time comes, we will all perish together, and your clan will be exterminated. Are you really that loyal to Ji-Bei-Ho? I asked you to speak to me alone because I want you to open the gates and surrender. The Imperial Court has decreed that if you open the gates without a fight, you will be spared from death. You will also have the opportunity to redeem yourself. Li Yu's body trembled as he bit his lips, but Ji-Bei-Ho promoted me from a platoon leader to a guerrilla. I am indebted to him. The magistrate smiled and said, Ji-Bei-Ho had no one else to use, so he made an exception and promoted you. But for the general, this is a good thing. Now that the general has 700 or 800 soldiers, I will give the general another 200 or 300. That would be 1,000. If you surrender to the Imperial Court, even if you redeem yourself, you will still be a commanding general. As long as you continue to follow the Imperial Court, you will not be able to escape. General, do you really want to die? If you do, then please hang my head in the city. It's not killing me, it's loving me. At least I'll die because I failed to be a traitor. Even if I'm not a martyr, I can still be absolved of my crime. My family can live on. The county magistrate sighed. Li Yu's body shook as he said, Let me think about it, think about it. General, please, but time is limited. After saying that, the magistrate didn't say anything else. Not long after, a white flag was waved from within the city, and the clanging sound could be heard from afar. The city gate slowly opened, and a dense mass of people came out to welcome them, arriving on both sides. Perfected being, Qing Shui County has surrendered. Someone hurriedly reported to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun glanced at the report and smiled. I saw it. In front is the county magistrate, and on the other side seems to be guerrilla warfare. He's just a fake general. One of the officers spoke out in a dissatisfied tone. In order to gain the support of the people, Ji-Bei-Ho had been promoting his men without restraint. Pei Ziyun led his troops closer and closer to the city. The county magistrate and a dozen other officers knelt down and greeted him in unison. The guilty official welcomes the Imperial Army. As he spoke, he greeted them one by one. Although everyone here is a traitor, your hearts are still loyal to the Imperial Army. Today, you have raised your flag and set an example. You may atone for your crimes and return to your original positions. Pei Ziyun looked at them and ordered, Where is the magistrate? The guilty official is here. An officer stepped forward and knelt down. You shall take charge of the county. I shall send a battalion into the county to maintain order. Yes. County magistrate and Li Yu, gather your troops and follow me. When we reach the next county, you shall lead by example. Yes. Li Yu and the county magistrate looked at each other and acknowledged. Wuyu County within 7 to 8 days, the army had grown from 10,000 to 15,000 men. At this point, more than 10 men stepped forward and shouted. I am the county magistrate of Qing Shui County. I am General Yuji Li Yu. I am the county magistrate of Shiya County. I am the county magistrate of the town. The Imperial Army has arrived. They have 50,000 men. Your county only has 1,000 men. How can you resist them? Look, we have surrendered. The Imperial Army has shown us mercy. Not only will we not be punished, we will be able to atone for our crimes. Don't hesitate, hurry up and surrender. These county magistrates were full of confidence, especially the county magistrate of Qing Shui County. He had the support of the Imperial Army. With the Imperial Army behind him, he could lead by example. Every county he reached had surrendered. These few days, he had already done a lot of good deeds. All of a sudden, he heard a piu sound. The county magistrate of Qing Shui County instinctively dodged to the side. He then felt a sharp pain in his body. An arrow had pierced through his shoulder, and he screamed out in pain. 2 of his personal guards hurriedly rushed back to support him. Seeing this, all the generals were enraged. One of them stepped forward. "Dao Master, this county only has 1,000 soldiers. Our army is 10 times larger than theirs. As long as Dao Master gives the order, we can destroy this county in a day. We can capture this traitor and behead him." Pei Ziyun looked at the city. "Who is the commander of this city?" "It's Luo Yu. I've heard that he's a direct descendant of Ji Bei Ho." "No wonder." Pei Ziyun laughed. "Now's not the time. Yang Yen, I'll give you 3,000 soldiers. Set up camp here and continue the standoff. Wait for me to return after I've conquered the entire county." Yes. Yang Yen was a short but strong general. When he heard Pei Ziyun's order, he immediately obeyed. Mountains, the old Taoist led Jiaigua to the peak of the mountain and looked down. His face was solemn. Jiaigua asked, "What's wrong, master?" "Nothing." The old Taoist sighed. Ji Bei Ho has 5 counties under him. However, the qi of the 5 counties is dim. It's obvious that he's been suppressed. As for this county, all 5 counties have surrendered. Only Wuyu County is still resisting. The other 2 counties are dim. It's obvious that they surrendered the moment the army arrived. This Wuyu County is filled with blood. I'm afraid Pei Ziyun has already made up his mind. Ji Bei Ho's luck has really run out. The last time he was conferred the title of duke, he was punished by the heavens. His imperial qi has weakened greatly. Now that this county has fallen, it's a chain reaction. How long can he last? Luckily, Holy Jail sect hesitated, and did not get involved too deeply. The next day, the army arrived. Nanrong County surrendered. On the 5th day, the army had yet to arrive. Red Rock County surrendered. At this point, out of the 8 counties in Qi Bei County, 7 had surrendered. The army returned. 17,000 men gathered outside Wuyu County. It was a dark mass, and it was a sight to behold. Pei Ziyun was heavily protected by his soldiers. He rode his horse to a distance away and observed the situation. Although the county wasn't very tall or sturdy, there were soldiers shouting and cheering from within. A lieutenant reported, "According to our intelligence, the magistrate wanted to surrender, but Luo Yu killed him. There were 1,000 soldiers inside. Should we try to persuade him to surrender again?" Pei Ziyun observed for some time before a cold smile appeared on his face. "We've come up with a plan. If he betrays us before the army arrives, we will retain the officials. If he surrenders when the army arrives, we will not punish him, and he will retain his position as an official. Now that he's been given the chance to surrender, it's obvious that he wants to be Ji Bei Ho's loyal subject. Command all the generals to prepare to attack the city. No one will surrender. Kill all the officials and soldiers within the county. Behead them as a warning to the public. Kill all the officials of the 9th rank and above. Reward the entire army. Most of the wealth in the city was in the hands of the officials. With such a reward, it was enough to raise the morale of the soldiers." Pei Ziyun laughed. "However, the confiscation of property cannot be done by the soldiers. You shall wait for the magistrates to take charge." The 7 magistrates who had surrendered shouted out in agreement. A chill ran down their spines. Initially, when Pei Ziyun had persuaded them to surrender, they felt that he was being lenient. But now, he didn't even bother to persuade them to surrender. Instead, he gave the order to kill every single one of them. They couldn't help but shudder in fear. They were secretly glad that they had made the right decision. Since there was an order, the bugle sounded immediately, the war drums started beating, and dozens of chariots were pushed up. This county town was no more than a zhang, 5 meters high. The chariots themselves were more than a meter high. When they reached the corner of the wall, a ladder was set up. "Shoot!" Someone behind the chariots gave the order. At once, a rain of arrows rained down on the county. Cries of agony could be heard. Kill, kill, kill. Hearing the shouts, some soldiers climbed up the ladder. Pour the golden liquid. Someone on top of the city walls gave the order as well. Streams of water poured down, reflecting the sun's rays. Only then did the soldiers collapse. Cries of agony could be heard. More than 10 soldiers raised their shields, but to no avail. Their armors sizzled as they fell to the ground. These people rolled on the ground screaming in agony. Such severe burns were corroded by the feces, and their wounds were infected. Unless a Taoist healed them, there was no way they could survive. Seeing such a tragic sight, the people behind them revealed looks of fear. Whoever dares to retreat, kill without mercy. As the saying goes, mercy does not lead soldiers. A lieutenant shouted out as a group of archers stood by, urging the soldiers to charge forward. Kill, kill, kill. Screams of agony could be heard as people fell to the ground. The battle had reached its climax. The soldiers ran in and out, carrying the injured soldiers off the battlefield. The entire scene was like a scene of carnage. Pei Ziyun sat on a high platform and watched the battle. He listened to the reports coming in. The 2nd Battalion attacked. The 3rd Battalion has been ordered to stand by. The 4th Battalion attacked the city walls, but was unable to take the city. Retreat. These reports were accompanied by the sound of arrows piercing through the air. Cries of agony could be heard. Occasionally there would be loud cheers. However, there were not many soldiers in the county. After fighting for an hour, the county was starting to show signs of collapse. Pei Ziyun calmed himself down and sat down to watch the battle. On top of the city walls, Luo Yu's eyes were bloodshot. Arrows and crossbows flew towards him as a large number of soldiers charged forward. Before long, the soldiers were cheering, "The traitor has been killed! The traitor has been killed! Open the city gates, open the gates!" Luo Yu looked and knew that his assistant had been killed. He laughed maniacally, "Old Xian, it's good that you're dead. Take care on your way to the afterlife. I'll catch up to you." At the same time, a loud boom could be heard as the city gates opened. A large number of soldiers swarmed in, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. "The city has been breached," Pei Ziyun said plainly. The sounds of battle grew deeper and deeper. Cries of agony could be heard. There might not be only enemy soldiers inside, but Pei Ziyun was unfazed. After some time, the sounds of battle died down. A group of people were tied up and brought in. The leader was Luo Yu. He had sustained several injuries, and his left arm had been chopped off. His entire body was covered in blood. "Dao Master, we've captured all the officials of the 9th rank and above." The officials and soldiers were all kneeling on the ground. Luo Yu stood up straight and refused to kneel. A soldier kicked him, and he was forced to kneel. Luo Yu cursed and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Pei Ziyun, when I die, I turn into an evil spirit. I'll take your dog life." Pei Ziyun did not even lift his eyelids. "Since that's the case, I shall grant you your wish. Men, execute him." Luo Yu did not resist and only shouted, "Your Highness, Luo Yu has tried his best." Before he could finish speaking, a blade flashed, and his head fell to the ground. He spat out fresh blood and died with his eyes wide open. "Kill them, kill the rest of them," Pei Ziyun shouted out as he looked at the scene before him. Yes, tens of blades flashed. Whether they were loyal or treacherous, brave or cowardly, their heads rolled to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 295. In Prefecture, High Duke's mansion. When Shenji entered, he immediately invited the servant in and asked a few questions. The servant then led him to the study room and whispered, "The Duke's illness isn't anything serious. He's just caught a cold. The doctor said that he needs to rest for a few days. It's just that the news just now wasn't good." The Duke smashed his cup and his expression changed. Shenji was shocked and replied, "I understand. When he reached the study, he heard someone coughing. Shunji stood outside and waited for Ji Bei-ho to calm down before he walked in and bowed. "Your subject greets my lord." Ji Bei-ho closed his eyes and pointed to a chair. "Sit. Do you understand the situation now?" Pei Zi-yun did not lose a single soldier or general. Out of the 7 counties, only Luo Yu died in the line of duty. When these generals saw me, they shouted their loyalty. But when they saw the soldiers, they immediately surrendered. They are despicable and despicable. I intend to mobilize my army and wipe them out. Then, I will take over the entire prefecture. What do you think? High Duke, you can't. Although the Imperial Army only has 30,000 soldiers, they are all experienced soldiers. My army only has 10,000 soldiers, and they are scattered all over the country. There are only 5,000 soldiers in the prefecture, and another 5,000 soldiers from the counties. That's barely enough. However, the 50,000 new recruits are all strong citizens. If they fight in a hurry, it's fine if they win. But if they don't win, I'm afraid," Shunji said uneasily. In Ji Bei-ho's eyes, such a result meant that his subordinates were disloyal and had surrendered without a fight. However, after much research, he came to a shocking conclusion. This was all because of Pei Zi-yun's strategy and tactics. Of course, he could not say this out loud. Ji Bei-ho was already under a lot of pressure, and could not increase it any further. He tried to persuade him. "My lord, North Star Prefecture has food and soldiers. We can hold our ground. Our new army has not been formed yet. As long as we buy some time, we can wipe out the enemy. For now, we should just bear with it." Ji Bei-ho felt uneasy. After a long time, he said, "That's all we can do." As soon as he finished speaking, the light in his eyes dissipated. He then closed his eyes and said, "Mr. Shun, I hope things will go according to our plan." North Star Prefecture, sunny, the sun shone down, bringing with it a warm aura. Pei Zi-yun led his troops forward. Behind him, the army gathered. Their faces were filled with smiles, and they looked very relaxed. "Taoist Master, you really have a good strategy. You patrolled the 8 counties and subdued them all in less than half a month. This North Enlightenment County immediately became an isolated city. Moreover, not only did our army not suffer any losses, but it also increased by more than 6,000. Another general followed up. "The first time I saw the real person, I was ashamed. I did have some thoughts, but these past few days I've truly been convinced." It was a compliment, but it was also the truth. Pei Zi-yun didn't take it to heart as he laughed. "There's still another mansion. It won't be easy. With the Taoist master here, we will definitely be able to strike like a thunderbolt." These people spoke with relaxed expressions. 8 counties surrendered. They now had 7,000 soldiers, and their military strength had increased to 17,000. At this moment, the scout arrived in front of him. He dismounted from his horse and saluted. "Tao Master, there are no enemies lying in ambush 10 miles ahead. We have completed our reconnaissance. General Chun is here to welcome you." The commander had a tanned complexion, which was the result of being sunburned during the expedition. His physique was powerful and his speech was forceful and forceful. He had the characteristics of a soldier. "All right." Pei Zi-yun listened and said, "Continue to investigate. Pay attention to the surrounding 20 kilometers. If there's any movement, report to me immediately." "Yes, Tao Master. I will continue to investigate." "Jinzei, we've sent out a spy. Will Ji Bei-ho from Ing Prefecture send out his troops, or will he continue to defend the city?" Pei Zi-yun looked at someone behind him and asked. A Taoist beside him leaped down and bowed. "Sect leader, there's news from Ing Prefecture. Ji Bei-ho is currently training his troops, and has yet to set out for battle." When the generals around heard this, their faces relaxed. Ing Prefecture had yet to send out their troops, which meant the pressure on them had lessened. At this point, Chun Yong came out to welcome them. He led a dozen generals and knelt down. We respectfully invite the Taoist master to raise the tent. In the past 10 days, 16,000 plus 10,000 soldiers, in addition to the 10,000 soldiers from the other 3 counties, amounted to a total of 40,000 soldiers. Their morale was at its peak, and their killing intent soared to the heavens. It was completely different from when they first arrived. Although the central tent had only been renovated for a short period of time, there was a map of the counties painted on the walls. In the middle of the tent was a sand table. In the middle of the tent was a scroll with the 4 treasures of the study. These were still normal. Behind the tiger skin chair, there were 2 shelves. One of them had the words, "Just like the emperor himself," written on it, and the other had the emperor's sword. The generals were all dressed in bright armor as they entered the tent. Pei Ziyun stepped into the tent, and the 50-odd men all knelt down on one knee. Their armor clanked loudly. "We pay our respects to the Taoist master. Rise, Count Zhongqin, please take a seat." Pei Ziyun looked around and extended his hand. "Is the prefecture prince doing well?" "The prefecture prince is doing well." Count Zhongqin bowed as he sat down. Pei Ziyun nodded. "Today, I've summoned you all here because the 8 counties have been conquered. Although there isn't much resistance in these 8 counties, there are still soldiers and Taoists around. The moment anyone attacks, you can report to me immediately. This way, we won't have to worry about being ambushed. This has created a good environment for us to attack the city. Now, pass on my orders. Everyone below the city is to prepare food and meat. Once everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, prepare to attack the city." "Yes, Taoist master." Everyone present replied loudly. Someone then went out to pass on the orders. Before long, smoke could be seen rising from the chimneys. Pei Ziyun then asked, "The siege machines that I ordered for the 3 counties, have they all arrived?" Count Zhongqin stood up and replied, "Taoist, they've all arrived. There's a total of 20 watchtowers, 30 catapults, 60 chariots, and 120 ladders. Other than these, there's also 3,000 dawn of grain. The 3 counties have also sent in additional meat. There's a total of 3,000 caddies." Count Zhongqin spoke. He was extremely impressed with Pei Ziyun. It took about half a month to transport all these from the 3 counties. Pei Ziyun didn't even have to wait for half a month. He had conquered the 8 counties in one fell swoop. His timing was perfect, and he hadn't wasted a single bit of time. "Good." Pei Ziyun slapped the table, his eyes gleaming. "Pass on my orders. Send in a letter to persuade them to surrender. Also, all of you are to lead by example and ask them to surrender." "Yes, Taoist master." Everyone who had been ordered acknowledged. A general then took out an arrow and shot it towards the city walls. The arrow pierced through the air and landed on the city walls, startling a group of people. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good arrow!" Following that, the 8 counties' magistrates and 7 or 8 officers raised their banners and marched down the streets, shouting, "I am the county magistrate of Shui County. I am the guerrilla warfare General Li Yu. We have forsaken the dark side and come to the light. The imperial court has shown us mercy and will not punish us. Instead, we are allowed to atone for our crimes. I am the County Magistrate Officer of Xia County, County Magistrate Officer of Zhen County, County Magistrate Officer of Nanrong County, County Magistrate Officer of Red Rock County. All 8 counties of Qibei County have surrendered. You are now a lone army. The Imperial Court has 100,000 soldiers. If you resist, they will be crushed." He then raised his head and patrolled the area. "Luo Yu of Wu Yu County is stubbornly resisting. Even his entire family has been killed. Do you want to end up like this?" He then shouted out loudly, "Whoever dares to open the gates, regardless of whether they are soldiers or officials, will not be punished. Instead, they will be promoted. Those without official ranks will be promoted by 3 ranks. 7,000 men marched down the city walls in a grandiose manner. Everyone in the city was extremely nervous, and their morale was low. However, there was still a strong military force that refused to surrender. Before long, an arrow was shot down from the sky, indicating their stance. Pei Ziyun looked on and laughed coldly. Attack the city. Dong dong. The sound of drums could be heard as the sun gradually rose. Pei Ziyun rushed up to the stage. Maintain military discipline. The military judge was running around the battlefield, shouting at the top of his lungs, trying to maintain order. A dense number of catapults were moved to the front lines. The watchtowers were pushed forward one step at a time, and were spread out in front of the city wall. With a single command, 30 catapults launched huge rocks at the top of the city wall. The sound of the rocks hitting the city walls could be heard. Pei Ziyun gazed into the distance, and saw several generals following behind him. He looked at the state of the city and held a whip in his hand. He then laughed coldly. Attack this area. This is where Dong Man's personal troops are. Although we are relying on his personal troops to attack, as long as we suffer heavy losses, we will not be able to suppress them. Yes, Dao Master. Pei Ziyun paced a few steps before asking, "Where's the scout battalion?" "Sir Mark is here," the scout battalion replied loudly. "Although there are 8 counties acting as a barrier, we cannot be too careless. Spread out your men. The moment an army appears within a 50-kilometer radius, light a beacon and send a message." Pei Ziyun ordered loudly. Yes. The scout battalion mounted their horses and led the troops out. Increase the number of catapults. Prepare the ladders. Pei Ziyun instructed. Dong dong. Following the sound of drums, the entire army swarmed forward like a swarm of ants. Dozens of cranes were raised, and huge rocks flew through the air, smashing into the walls of the city. The rocks bounced off the walls and rolled in the air, destroying the people, weapons, and equipment that were unable to escape. Beneath the shields, there were soldiers who were biting on their blades. One of their hands was holding onto a round plate that covered half of their body, while the other was holding onto a ladder. The people above were not to be outdone. Gold liquid, rocks and sniper rifles rained down on them. People screamed in pain as they fell to the ground. However, more and more people took their places. They were riding on a cart, which was very thick, with a layer of cowhide and a layer of iron sheet. Small bricks and stones wouldn't budge it, but big bricks and stones would roll down. Firewood wouldn't burn it. It was erected on a 2-wheeled cart to provide cover for the soldiers behind the cart. At this time, the armored soldiers raised their iron shields high and stood behind the hand-pushed wooden board. They kept crossing each other to protect the archers inside the shield wall. Shoot! The sound of bowstrings being pulled could be heard continuously. Waves after waves of arrows were fired. Many people felt that direct shots were more powerful, as they had to be accurate. However, on a large-scale battlefield, projectiles were even more terrifying. An arrow shot 20 meters high and landed in midair. Due to the weight of the metal tip, the arrow was pointed downwards. The force of gravity increased the speed of the arrow, which was extremely terrifying. If an egg fell from the 4th floor, it could smash a person's head. If it fell from the 18th floor, it could smash a person to death. If it hit a person from the 25th floor, they would die. One could only see the projectiles being fired continuously. When they reached the sky, they would turn around and land on the city walls like rain. If it were the old soldiers, they would be able to avoid it. However, the new soldiers were inexperienced, and many of them died. However, the old soldiers who were defending the city were ruthless as well. They continued to use arrows and sniper rifles. Oil cannons rained down like rain, smashing into the sea of people. Ah! The soldiers continued to fall like dumplings. In an instant, they landed below the city walls. Flesh and blood, weapons and equipment were all mixed together. At this point, both sides were consuming a large number of lives. Chapter 296. The seventh day thick smoke billowed from both inside and outside the city. Although it was noon, the bugles continued to sound. The city walls had turned into a meat grinder. Cries of death, cries of pain, and the sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. Corpses of enemies and allies were piled up at the foot of the city. Blood soaked through the bricks of the city and seeped into the ground. The signaller reported back and forth. The 3rd Battalion of the 5 constabularies has lost more than 30% of their men. Retreat. 4th, 5th and 6th Battalions will replace them. The 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 6 constabularies are ready to move out. Scaling ladders and shield carriages have lost more than 30% of their men. Requesting reinforcement. Lieutenant Lu Shi has been struck by an arrow and died. Pei Ziyun's face was gloomy. In just a few days, he had accumulated a strong killing aura around him. He sighed in his heart. In ancient times, cities and prefectures were built with canals and canals. Even if they had multiple soldiers, it would still be difficult to take them down. Count Zhongqin suddenly spoke. It's only been 7 days and our army has lost 5,000 men. Half of them can recover and return to the army. The rest can't be helped. Pei Ziyun sighed and asked, "What do the spies in the city say?" "They're keeping a close watch on us, and it's hard to find an opportunity." They're just trying to avoid us." Pei Ziyun's face darkened and was about to speak when he heard a loud boom. He hurriedly looked over and saw that a stone had struck a tower. It was unknown where it had landed, but it had collapsed, revealing a crack in the wall. The battlefield was silent for a moment before the soldiers on his side cheered. "The city has been breached! The city has been breached!" In the blink of an eye, the surrounding soldiers charged in while the enemy resisted. Pei Ziyun suddenly ordered, "Go and shout, the spies are still not turning on us? The spies are still not turning on us?" Yes. A group of soldiers charged forward and shouted, "The spies are still not turning on us? The spies are still not turning on us?" As soon as they shouted, the city could no longer hold on. Cries of killing could be heard as many soldiers turned on them. Chaos ensued. Those who had been defending the crack in the wall finally gave up. Boom! The soldiers finally surged in like a tidal wave. The situation was irreversible. In a split second, the city was filled with cries of death. Someone reported, "Our army has surrounded and intercepted them. Dong Man's remaining troops are fighting to the death. They are retreating as they fight. They are now attacking along the street." According to the intelligence reports, the remaining soldiers were all determined to die. They fought to the last man, and almost no prisoners were left. Some of them were quite skilled in archery and martial arts, so they caused a lot of casualties. "This thief is so brave?" In reality, Pei Ziyun was astonished. Even at this stage, Dong Man and the rest of the troops were still resisting. This was the talent of a great general. When a dragon is in the shallows, he will be toyed with by the prawns. When a tiger is in the plains, he will be bullied by the dogs. If it wasn't for Ji Bei-ho, who was in the right place at the right time, he would have had the chance to become a dragon. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw smoke billowing out from the houses. He sighed, "If the city doesn't fall, the people will suffer. If the city falls, the people will suffer too." Ren Wei, who was accompanying him, sighed as well. "Young master, this disaster was caused by Ji Bei-ho. It's not your fault." However, no matter how much they resisted, there were only a few hundred soldiers left. The more they fought, the fewer soldiers there were. Gradually, the city became more and more peaceful. There were more and more soldiers entering the city. Those who had turned on their weapons and surrendered were all under surveillance. The streets were lined with soldiers, and the commoners were all locked up, not daring to come out. Pei Ziyun arrived at the city. Other than the faint sounds of battle, it was quiet and desolate. He followed the troops and saw the governor's mansion. Dong Man has been injured. There are still 100 soldiers inside. An officer reported. Kill your way in. Pei Ziyun had elite soldiers by his side, all of them were fully armored. There were more than 1,000 of them. At this point, they killed their way in. With such a strong army, the people inside could not hold on any longer and started to retreat. Within moments, more than 100 soldiers had died in battle. There were only about 30 people left in the mansion. These soldiers retreated to a hall. They were all injured and covered in blood. However, they refused to surrender and were prepared for the final battle. Although Dong Man was clad in armor, he had sustained several injuries. There were even a few arrows stuck in his body. He didn't pull them out. He sat on a chair and pulled out a gleaming sword. My lord, as long as the sword lives, the man lives. If the sword dies, the man dies. Dong Man mumbled to himself. This was a gift from Ji Bei Ho. Perhaps Ji Bei Ho had forgotten about it, but he had always carried it with him. It had not left his side for many years. Now it was his turn. General, Pei Ziyun has entered the courtyard. Before the soldier could finish reporting, Pei Ziyun said, I've met General before. Why don't we meet now? Hm. Dong Man straightened his robes and walked out of the hall to look at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun smiled and bowed slightly. It was not my intention to meet here. However, General can still turn back. As long as you can redeem yourself and follow me to kill Ji Bei Ho, the imperial court will not pursue you. I can also protect a good general for the country and not leave any regrets. How about that? Dong Man's entire body was covered in blood as he glared at Pei Ziyun. It was impossible for him to resist, but he refused to surrender. He then said, Master Ho promoted me all those years ago. He promoted me from a lowly soldier to a general. Even if I die, I will not be able to repay that. Besides, life and death are all up to fate. Defeat is defeat. I have lived for over 10 years. I've eaten, I've drunk, I've slept with beauties, and I've killed countless people. As he said this, he turned around to face his soldiers. I've implicated all of you. I can only repay you in my next life. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Man turned towards the direction of the city and kowtowed. My lord, Dong Man shall die today. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his sword and sliced it across his neck. His movements were swift and ruthless. Pooh! Half of his neck was sliced open, as fresh blood splattered everywhere. He fell to the ground as his body twitched uncontrollably. The sound of bellows could be heard as blood flowed out continuously. General! The remaining 30 or so men all committed suicide as well. At that point, the entire palace was littered with corpses. The entire courtyard was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Pei Ziyun sighed. It's a pity that such a man had betrayed his loyalty. There's no need to behead him. Let's bury him. Pass down my orders. Immediately order the commoners to repair the city walls. The entire army is to rest and recuperate. Pei Ziyun walked a few steps before speaking out. He then looked at the city and laughed coldly. Ji Bei County has fallen. Ji Bei Ho, how are you going to deal with this? In Prefecture, High Duke's mansion Shinji's face was gloomy as he followed Ji Bei Ho inside. Seeing his lord's pale face and dark circles under her eyes, he then said, My lord, the flowers are blooming in the spring. Shall we take a walk in the garden? Ji Bei Ho nodded his head as they walked together. The both of them didn't speak for a long time. After some time, Ji Bei Ho then sighed, Dong Man is dead. He only managed to resist for 7 days. Shinji didn't speak at first. After some time, he broke off a willow branch and said, General Dong has tried his best. Actually, I know that. Ji Bei Ho said plainly. Seeing Shinji's surprised expression, he laughed and sighed, Do you really think I'm stupid? Actually, when the various counties changed their strategy, I knew that something was wrong. Although we were enemies, Pei Ziyun's military tactics had hit me where it hurt. Ji Bei Ho stopped in his tracks and said slowly, Maybe it's the will of the heavens. Look, after the death of an earl, a more powerful person immediately appeared to support the imperial court. Isn't this fate? Previously, a fortune-teller told me that I only have the chi of a duke and not the chi of a king. Now, it seems like it's true. Jibei-ho sighed and let out a long sigh. He then spoke in a low voice, Shinji, you know military tactics. Tell me, can we still turn the tables? Shinji hesitated before speaking slowly. My lord has treated me like a hero of the country. Even if I were to be crushed into pieces, it would be a normal reward. How could I dare to speak half-heartedly? It seems like my previous opinion was wrong, and I hope my lord will punish me. Now, whether or not I can turn the tables, depends on whether or not I can defeat Pei Ziyun. Before Shinji finished speaking, Jibei-ho's heart was clear. Actually, Shinji's original opinion was correct. A county with 10,000 soldiers would at least be able to hold out for a month or two. When the time comes, the new soldiers would be able to attack from both inside and outside, and defeat Pei Ziyun. He didn't want to lose so quickly. After remaining silent for some time, he said, I've made up my mind. I shall mobilize my troops immediately. I shall mobilize 50,000 men and fight Pei Ziyun. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, which didn't stop for a long time. From afar, someone shouted, It's going to rain. Hurry up and close the windows before it gets wet inside. Jibei-ho had just taken a step when a gust of wind blew past him, causing him to shiver. He looked up and saw that the sky was covered by thick clouds. The clouds were shining brightly, and the sound of thunder could be heard. Jibei-ho laughed. As soon as I speak, the winds and thunder will come. It looks like either I will soar to the top, or it will be my death. Mr. Shin, I have a task for you. Jibei-ho stood still and looked up at the sky. He then said, Bring my third son and a few of my grandsons. Bring 500 soldiers and set sail to the 8-Palace Island. My lord, are you abandoning me? Shinji raised his voice. Listen to me. Jibei-ho's eyes were filled with killing intent. My target is too big. If I fail, even if I escape to the seas, the imperial court will not let me go. My eldest son and second son are the same. My third son and grandson are small target. Furthermore, my third son is blind in one eye. The imperial court will not care much about them. Besides, if I fail, the Ing Prefecture Navy will collapse without a fight. Chen Ping will not be able to control the situation, and cannot be relied upon. Who knows, he might not even have the chance to set sail. The 8-Palace Island is already under my control. It is a large district with a population of 800. It is situated between the mainland and Japan. Once you hear that I fail, immediately support my third son to ascend to the throne. Do not use Jibei-ho's name. Use Ji-ho's name to protect my family. You know the reason very well. Ji-ho does not have a strong foundation. If I fail, I will be implicated. Jibei-ho is a title given to me by the imperial court. Since I have already rebelled, how can I use this title? I do not trust anyone else, and I cannot rely on anyone else. I can only rely on you. Tell my third son, if I fail, he must not think about revenge. His responsibility is to continue the family's legacy. As Jibei-ho spoke, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. It was followed by an earth-shattering thunderclap, and heavy rain began to fall. My lord! Shinji could not help but sob. Don't be so sentimental. This is just a precautionary measure. If I win, you have been worrying too much. It was as if Jibei-ho had already planned his escape route. He no longer drenched in the rain, and walked towards the corridor with a smile on his face. Yes, Shinji's entire face was drenched in the rain, and it was unknown how many tears he had shed. Shinji bowed down to the figure in the rain. Your subject will definitely assist third young master, even if it costs me my life. Chapter 297. Qibei County. From time to time, he could see the corpses and blood from the battle. Pei Ziyun gazed into the distance as a cold smile appeared on his face. Ren Wei then said, "Young master, the weather is getting warmer. We have to dispose of the corpses as soon as possible." "You have a point." Pei Ziyun sighed. "You don't have an official title. I shall hand the workers over to you later. But please wait for now." Ren Wei acknowledged. He then saw Pei Ziyun looking at the battlefield, which was filled with killing intent. He did not move, but in his heart, he was shouting, "System!" The plum blossom in front of him grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him and revealed a mission. Mission: enter the Tao through the zither, open the gates of heaven for Qi Qinya incomplete. Mission: eliminate Jibei Ho and obtain the title of True Sovereign incomplete. Een Master. 6th level, 57.2%. After the battle in Qibei County, my reputation rose by 50%. And it's still accumulating. Just this alone is worth it. When Pei Ziyun finished reading, a Taoist stepped forward. "Tao Master, Jibei Ho has sent his troops. He's been waiting for us to attack the city." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. He then regained his senses. "Ren Wei, I want you to do 3 things. First, inform the soldiers to have more meals today. Second, I want you to pass the order for the generals to hold a meeting. Third, you don't have an official title and can't organize anything. However, the workers can. Organize them to clean up the battlefield and repair the city walls. Especially the corpses. Think of a way. Don't be stingy with money. Give the workers some encouragement. Think of a plan and give it to me." Pei Ziyun said. Although Ren Wei was killed quickly in his previous life, he had been a high-ranking official for a few years. Such a small task was not too difficult for him. "Yes." Ren Wei's eyes gleamed as he replied. "It's just that young master has already said that I don't have an official title. I need a title to organize the workers." "That's easy." Pei Ziyun smiled and turned around. When he entered the prefectural hall, he picked up a piece of paper and wrote, "Ren Wei will be the leader of the workers. This order, Pei Ziyun." He passed it to Ren Wei and said, "This is enough. You can go now." Finished speaking, he sat down. In a short moment, all the generals had gathered. The personal guards were divided into 2 rows in front of the main hall. The shelves were moved over, the emperor's sword and the command medallion were placed behind the table. To the left and right were generals and lieutenants, and to the left of the table was a chair. Enlightened Master. Although the Reverend's actions were a little out of place, the generals did not dare to be negligent at this time. "Papa," they all saluted. "Everyone rise." Pei Ziyun's face was expressionless as he spoke. "Count Zhongqin, please take a seat." Count Zhongqin clasped his hands in salute before taking a seat. The rest of the generals and lieutenants stood with their hands by their sides. Pei Ziyun then spoke out plainly, "I've got news. Jibei Ho has deployed his troops. He's bringing 50,000 soldiers with him." Buzz. Everyone started discussing amongst themselves. Before long, Pei Ziyun placed his hand on the table, and everyone quietened down. He then asked, "Does everyone have any opinions?" An assistant general, Xue Ping, spoke out, "Since Jibei Ho has deployed his troops, we shall fight a decisive battle. As long as Jibei Ho shows up, we shall wipe him out." Hearing this, a general laughed coldly. "Enlightened Master, we have 40,000 men. After this battle, we've lost 6,000 men. Although we've captured 3,000, we can't use them now. We only have 30,000 men. If we were to fight a decisive battle, our losses would not be small, and our chances of winning would not be high. Enlightened Master, I think that we should end this battle quickly. We all know that there are only 10,000 soldiers in the city. The other 40,000 are temporary recruit. They've only been here for 2 to 3 months. Even if they were to undergo training, they would still be a motley crew. We should fight a decisive battle and annihilate Ji Bei Ho. Nonsense, the wars have only been going on for 10 years. Many of the veterans are scattered amongst the commoners. Although they've only been here for 2 to 3 months, many of them are fearless soldiers. 2 to 3 months is more than enough for them to be reinstated. Someone was unconvinced and retorted. At that point, the entire hall was filled with commotion. We have 30,000 men. Half of them are elites, while the other half are soldiers. Ji Bei Ho has 10,000 men and 40,000 soldiers. Should we fight a decisive battle or not? Pei Ziyun looked at Count Zhongqin. Count Zhongqin's face was solemn, and did not speak. After some time, Pei Ziyun swept his gaze across the hall. The generals and lieutenants had all quietened down, waiting for a decision. Pei Ziyun paused. Now is not the time. Enlightened master? We're not going to fight a decisive battle? One of the generals asked. Yes, we're not going to fight a decisive battle. Pei Ziyun looked at him before picking up a wooden stick and pointing it at the map. Fighting a battle is about courage. With one spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy will weaken, and the third spurt of energy will be exhausted. When the enemy is exhausted, I will be strong. Fighting a battle is largely based on the will of the people. Ji Bei Ho raised his troops and took over the entire city. He then conquered 2 counties. Following that, he defeated and killed the Count of Pingyuan, who was sent by the imperial court. After taking over 5 counties, the morale of the people rose. That's why the generals and soldiers were willing to risk their lives, while the officials watched from the sidelines. However, this morale is not stable. It's like iron. Although it looks like iron, it's actually very brittle. It has to be repeatedly beaten and tempered before it can become mature. Our army's battle at Qi Bei County was no doubt a heavy blow to it, breaking its tempering process. At this point, the generals seemed to have understood something. Count Zhongqin's eyes gleamed as he knew that this was the truth. He leaned back, his heart was in turmoil. Pei Ziyun is so young, yet so calm and experienced. It's terrifying. Pei Ziyun then continued, however, iron is still iron. Especially after taking such a heavy blow, it's like an army in despair. Besides, the news of our victory has not yet spread. If we were to fight now, not only would we be betting on our martial arts fate, there's no need for us to do so. Hence, we have to rely on the county city to block Ji Bei Ho's army. There are 3 benefits to this. The first is to cool down the morale of Ji Bei Ho's soldiers. The second is to make use of the city walls to wear down Ji Bei Ho's troops and morale. The third is to spread the news of our victory and spread the news, causing the hearts of the people to waver. It doesn't matter if we fail once, the people's hearts won't waver. However, Ji Bei Ho's foundations are weak. If we fail, there's no way to turn the situation around. What will the soldiers and officials think of us? Iron is hard and brittle. Without toughness, it will break apart. When that happens, we can win in one fell swoop. Hence, our army now has 3 missions. The first is to mobilize the workers to repair the city walls and strengthen the defenses. The second is to get rid of all the troublemakers. That is, to evacuate the captives and some of the civilians. The third is to split up our elite troops and take advantage of the fact that the other 3 counties are unable to move. That is to take back Ji Bei Ho's territory. Xue Ping stood up and asked, "What if Ji Bei Ho divides his troops?" "If Ji Bei Ho divides his troops, he'll die." Pei Ziyun replied plainly. "He only has a total of 50,000 soldiers. 10,000 of them might be able to pass. If they were to gather their forces together, they might still have some fighting power. However, if they were to split up, their weakness would be exposed. 50,000 troops and 20,000 troops are 2 different things. The former can change the quality of his troops, but the latter can be slaughtered. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this task? At this point, Pei Ziyun looked at Count Zhongqin and noticed that his eyes were downcast. He didn't reply. Pei Ziyun then spoke out coldly, Xue Ping. Here. Xue Ping replied loudly. Take all the prisoners and injured soldiers, as well as those who are unreliable, and transport them to the counties behind to recuperate. For the injured soldiers, give them 10 taels of silver, 5 taels of silver for light injuries, and 3 taels of silver for light injuries. Send them out immediately. Yes. At the same time, make sure that the 3 counties nearby send half of their defensive equipment and 3,000 troops to the city. This must be done quickly. Yes. Xue Ping replied. Count Zhongqin. Since his name had been called, Count Zhongqin had no choice but to respond. He stood up. Here. In addition to the 3,000 troops, we have 36,000 men. I shall give you 26,000 to defend the city. Can you do that? Pei Ziyun asked. 26,000 against 50,000. Count Zhongqin remained expressionless, but his heart was racing. At this point, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he smiled. As long as we have rations, we can defend the city for half a month or even a month. Jibei Ho has catapults, and so do we. We can use them against him, and he won't have an easy time. Pei Ziyun then laughed. All right, I shall hand the city over to you. Keep Jibei Ho occupied. Yes. Count Zhongqin replied. Pei Ziyun then laughed. Jibei Ho has 50,000 troops. Since he is so eager to fight me, I shall take 10,000. Jibei Ho will chase after me. The rest of you shall gather at the other counties and reclaim the rest of the counties. You may even press on to the city. If you don't chase after me, then you shall guard the city. I shall go and reclaim the remaining counties. We have the support of the entire imperial court. We shall not lose. Mobilize the Dao officials and scouts to monitor the situation. Be aware of Jibei Ho's movements. In this battle, I only have one thing to say. Stick to him. No matter which side it is, as long as they can keep Jibei Ho occupied, it will be like a game of chess. As long as they can cut off his vital energy, they will be victorious. Yes. All the generals replied. Pei Ziyun then laughed. Chen-yong, you shall follow me. Everyone, follow my instructions and make preparations. If not, Jibei Ho will have to bear the consequences. Yes, ha. All the generals burst out laughing. At this point, an official rushed in and reported to Pei Ziyun. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he was enraged. He then slammed his fist on the table, scaring all the generals into silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Don't worry, Jibei Ho is just a despicable person. Pei Ziyun gritted his teeth as he spoke. Seeing that all the generals did not understand, he then laughed. Jibei Ho has deployed 3,000 troops to attack Baoyang County. Baoyang County? All the generals looked at the map. This was an unremarkable county in Ying Prefecture, and did not have much strategic value. They then heard Pei Ziyun say coldly, "This is where my Dao sect is located. My mother is there as well." All the generals had long known that Pei Ziyun was a Daoist. However, after so many days of commanding, they had gradually forgotten about it. Only now did they realize it. They looked at each other and said, "Damn it. He's trying to use Daoist Master's sect and old madam to threaten and attack Daoist Master. How despicable. Daoist Master, as long as you say the word, I will annihilate this army immediately." Seeing that all the generals were pleading for his orders, Pei Ziyun was calm and collected. Jibei Ho's actions are actually to disrupt my plans and rhythm. It's a pity that my plan is exactly what I want. All of you proceed according to the plan. Leave this matter to me to settle. Yes. All the generals were filled with confidence in Pei Ziyun as they replied in unison. Chapter 298. 8 Islands of Gong Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, illuminating the entire area. Rain continued to fall, hitting the sides of the boat. Although it was close to the shore, the boat was still shaking violently. "Quick, quick, carry it down." The boatmen formed a group of 4. They wore coarse linen short sleeves and straw raincoats as they slowly lifted the heavy boxes down the gangplank. On the side, the steward's shouts were deafening, urging them to move towards the warehouse not far from the pier. Lanterns were lit in the warehouse, as a few men were counting the items. Dong. The boatmen placed the boxes on the ground, and as soon as they were placed down, an accountant came forward to check and register the items. The wind was blowing loudly outside, and from time to time, the wind would blow in. Wei Ong was flipping through the accounts when the wind blew in, causing the lanterns to flutter. Wei Ong had a scar on his face, and under the dim light of the lanterns, he looked terrifying. After a long time, Wei Ong finally closed the account. Shun Ji was still in his coarse linen coat, as he carried the last box in. 2 soldiers followed behind him. "Third young master, it's all done," Shun Ji said as he heaved a sigh of relief. "It's a total of 600,000 taels, half of what's in the treasury." After accepting such a large sum of money, Wei Ong paced a few steps and looked outside. "Who?" The wind and rain continued, causing the trees and grass to fly. Every now and then, a bolt of lightning would flash across the sky, indicating that the storm was far from over. "I wonder how father is doing?" After a long time, Wei Ong sighed. Shinji listened and did not speak. He then walked to Wei Ang's side and looked in the direction of Ing Prefecture. "Master Marquis is blessed by the heavens, he will definitely—" Before he could finish his sentence, he paused and paused before continuing. "I'm thinking that third young master should immediately take over the position of G Marquis and try to pull himself together. Father said to wait for what if." Wei Ong was taken aback. "It's too late, third young master, listen to me." Shunji frowned and looked outside. The 8 islands of Gong are no bigger than one county. According to the High Duke's orders, the number of families who have migrated here is no more than 2,000. If the High Duke wins, he can take over Ing Prefecture and control the entire prefecture. Ing Prefecture has 65 counties, and the 8 islands of Gong are nothing to him. If you fail, to put it bluntly, the hearts of the people will crumble. Even if the third young master wants to ascend to the position of Ji-ho, there won't be anyone who will support you. When that happens, you won't even be able to eat blood. The only thing we can do now is for third young master to assume the position of G Marquis in advance, and establish a manor and ancestral shrine." Shinji had a cold smile on his face. His eyes glowed with a faint light as he said, "This way, if something happens, we can control the situation instead of panicking." Wei Eng's eyes flickered. He clenched his fists and said, "Your words are irrefutable. But even so, it is not my turn to be Ji-ho. Both of my brothers have sons." Before he could finish, Shinji interrupted him. "Third young master, now is not the time to be sentimental. How old are your sons now?" "The oldest is only 7 years old. How can he sit still?" At this point, Shinji took a deep breath and said, "Third young master, since ancient times, everyone has died. The common people only set up ancestral tablets beside the kitchen stove in their bedrooms, but the scholars, officials, feudal lords and the emperor all have ancestral temples. But if we don't set up an official system, establish a manor, and don't govern the army and the people, which is the standard of commoners and scholars, if the Duke fails, we won't even have the power to draw the soil. Then we will be condemned to sin. That is why I advise you to immediately assume the position of Ji-ho and build a shrine. This is the most important thing. I can say that the Duke has given me an order." Shinji said coldly, "This time, we have 500 soldiers and some clerks. With them, it won't be difficult to establish a manor. 10 households will have 1 jia, and 5 jia will have 1 li. First, we will set up a village. There is no need to set up a county. It will be directly managed by the Duke's manor. We can set up a chief official, who will be the deputy marquis. There will be 6 branches. The military system can be changed. The navy will have 1 boat, and the land army will have 5 teams. That will be enough. This way we will have the army, the government, and the citizens. As long as you pay your respects, young master will be able to worship at the shrine. The wind outside had subsided slightly, but the gloomy clouds were still hanging low, shrouding the sky in darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Weiyang took a deep breath and said, "What you said makes sense. Tomorrow, I will gather the soldiers and prepare for Jiho." Jibei County Jiho's army arrived at the foot of the city. There were military camps everywhere and flags were everywhere. The word Ji was extremely eye-catching. From time to time, there would be small groups of soldiers patrolling the city. Set up camp, look for water, prepare food, and send out scouts. Ji Bei Ho had just arrived at the front of the county when he gave out orders to the army. The army was very organized. Some of the new soldiers were a little unskilled, but with the guidance of the old soldiers, they were able to get the hang of things quickly. Before long, smoke could be seen rising from the kitchen chimneys. Count Zhongqin led his generals and looked down from the top of the city wall. He saw an army of 50,000 soldiers marching in an orderly manner. They were very strict and had a stern demeanor. After some time, he sighed, "Ji Bei Ho is a strong man." Just as he said this, a loud shout could be heard from below, causing all the generals' faces to turn red. Count Zhongqin looked at the piles of ash, cannons, wood, swords, bows, and shields. They were all prepared, and there was nothing to worry about. He then laughed, "We're about to annihilate Ji Bei Ho, and yet we don't allow them to shout at us? Even if we kill a pig, the pig will still bark." Count Zhongqin said sarcastically, his expression relaxed. They had just heard Count Zhongqin say that they were a strong army, and yet in the next second, they had turned into pigs. All the generals were stumped. Someone then laughed, "You're right, Count. The bandits look like they're strong, but they're just meat on the chopping board. When the time comes, they'll be destroyed." One of the generals stood at the front and watched as more than 10 people took turns to shout at them. Their throats were sore from all the shouting, and yet nobody responded. He then mumbled, "These damn bastards. They don't even want to reply. Looks like they're going to continue defending. All of you continue to shout. I shall report this to the High Duke." The general turned around and heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't an old man who had started out as the Ji High Duke. He was a former subordinate of the Ji High Duke, and had some subordinates under him. He had joined the Ji High Duke for the sake of survival and a bright future. For a general who had joined the Ji High Duke halfway through, not only did he not lose his military power, he even gained a few folds of it. This was a good thing, as it allowed him to relax a little. However, this was only possible if the ship he had boarded did not capsize. At this point, they had reached the center of the army. He retracted his thoughts and entered the city before kowtowing. "My lord, I've sent people to take turns to shout at them. More than 10 of them are hoarse now. After shouting for 2 hours, there's still no movement from the city. They refuse to reply, and refuse to leave the city to fight." Ji Bei Ho's face was expressionless. After a long time, he then said, "The city is very calm. I'm afraid they're planning to exhaust their forces. The weather doesn't seem right, it's going to rain soon. Stop your shouting and return to your troop." "Yes, my lord." The general obeyed the order and turned around to reorganize his troops. Indeed, not long after, the sky was filled with the sound of thunder. A gust of wind blew, causing Ji Bei Ho to shiver uncontrollably. Ji Bei Ho took a few steps towards the main tent. A streak of light flashed across the sky, followed by another clap of thunder. The rain started to fall. Through the rain, he looked towards the city. There were many soldiers patrolling the city, and they didn't seem to care about him at all. Just by looking at him, Ji-Bei-Ho's heart was filled with rage. He whipped the ground viciously. Damn it! When an officer saw him, he hurriedly bowed. My lord, the wind is strong outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. Oh, don't worry. Ji-Bei-Ho looked up to the sky and instructed, the rain has started to fall. Command all the generals to not be slow. Continue patrolling the various camps and tents. Those that should be set up should continue to do so. Those that are not secure should continue to do so. Make sure that there are no loopholes. Yes. After Ji-Bei-Ho gave the order, he stood there motionless. His heart was filled with thoughts. In the blink of an eye, it was as though he had returned to the time when he had first conquered the county city. At that time, a fortune-teller had approached him. General Wei, you have the chi of a marquis. This is a very valuable fortune-teller. Oh, why am I only a marquis? At that time, Ji-Bei-Ho had tens of thousands of soldiers under his command. He had conquered the city, and everything had been smooth sailing. He then asked, Don't tell me I don't have the chi of a marquis? Time, fate, and the chi of a marquis can be achieved. The first is the time, the second is the location, and the third is the talent. You've missed the time, and haven't obtained the Earth Dragon. You're not considered the best, and you don't have enough support. Hence, you can't form the chi of a marquis. Hearing the fortune-teller's words, Ji-Bei-Ho didn't think much of it. He then laughed. If I don't have the chi of a marquis, then so be it. Am I a marquis or a marquis? Both are possible. It depends on your merits and the emperor's favor. From what I see, you're more likely to be a marquis. The fortune-teller then replied, It's just that you're too hot-blooded. You're bound to get yourself killed. If you take a step back, you'll be able to secure 5 lifetimes of riches. Tell me, why would I secure 5 lifetimes of riches if I take a step back? At that time, he was somewhat dissatisfied. The position of a marquis was too small. If it was a marquis, he would be satisfied. General, no matter who wins the throne will belong to the imperial family. Besides, once you become the emperor, how can you allow your subordinates to be so impudent? General, you're too hot-blooded, and cannot be humiliated. In the future, you'll be in trouble. If you take a step back, the emperor will reward you handsomely. You'll be able to secure 5 lifetimes of riches. Haha, you're just a fortune-teller. Men, give him 10 taels of silver. Get out of here. If you speak ill of him again, I'll chop you up. Ji-Bei-Ho could still remember how he had been so hot-blooded that he didn't pay much attention to the fortune-teller's words. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel sad. He then recited, There are 3 types of chi of a marquis: heaven, earth, and man. The heavens are the will of the heavens, the earth is the dragon of the earth, and the people are the masses. In fact, when a person's talent reaches the pinnacle, he can form the chi of a marquis. However, it's easy to offend others and attract jealousy and hatred. Ji-Bei-Ho looked up at the sky and exhaled deeply. Pei Ziyun, the reason why I'm trapped today is partly because of you. In fact, even I, who have fought in wars my entire life, is secretly afraid of your tactic. I don't have the right time, the right place, and the right people. Even if I lose, I deserve to die. However, you don't have the right people either. With your talent, if it were 20 or 30 years ago, you would be a hidden dragon. The emperor is getting old, and for the sake of his descendants, he has to remove the thorns. We are the thorns, but you are a genius, aren't you the thorns? Chapter 299. Emptiness. The world. The sacrificial altar continued to emit a blood-red glow, as though it was a demonic eye. Demons continued to charge towards the altar, covering the entire sky. Zzz. The demons that charged towards the altar were immediately surrounded by the blood-red glow, before turning into a pool of blood that flowed downwards. As more and more demons charged towards the altar, the pool of blood started to spread. The three-faced giant looked at the chains. "Your sacrifice will be remembered by my tribe. Glory belongs to you and me." Boom! The skies were filled with dark red clouds, as lightning and thunder struck down. The aura of the blood sacrifice continued to spread, as though it was angered. Yet another meteorite flew towards the sacrificial altar, causing the red clouds to scatter. When it landed near the sacrificial altar, the three-faced giant grunted in pain. However, the meteorite seemed to have been hit by a barrier, as it slid down to the ground. Boom! A mushroom cloud appeared as the earth cracked and cracked. Tens of thousands of demons were smashed into smithereens. However, even more demons increased their speed as they charged towards the altar. Dark altar mountain, temple, boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, causing the entire temple to be bathed in white light. The bamboos outside swayed in the wind, and the vines on the walls trembled. In that instant, the sound of thunder rang out, causing the blind Taoist's body to tremble. The blind Taoist looked up at the pitch-black sky. Not too far away, the patrolling warriors were still walking along the walkway at a steady pace. The blind Taoist felt slightly more at ease. He then turned around and saw a lamp on the altar shining brightly. On the iron anchor, there was a continuous stream of black and red qi emanating from it. The blind Taoist sat cross-legged in front of the iron anchor, as the sins around him dissipated. The iron anchor was emitting a huge amount of qi. As the blind Taoist circulated his energy, the iron anchor continued to emit a huge amount of qi. For some unknown reason, the qi was absorbed into his body, and then dispersed. Condensed qi, dispersed qi continuously. After repeating this several times, the blind Taoist finally stopped absorbing the qi. His expression was solemn as he placed his hand on the iron anchor and sighed, "You really are a treasure. Such a huge amount of qi, if I were to absorb it all, I would be the first true immortal in this world." Ever since he discovered that iron anchor's essence qi had dissipated, he had wanted to take it for himself. He tried to absorb it, but to no avail. Only an insignificant amount was absorbed, and the rest dissipated into this world. The blind Taoist's face was filled with regret and he sighed deeply. However, with so much essence qi pouring into the world, it seems like my sins are being eliminated bit by bit. But this elimination is not complete, and there are always some remnant. Just as he was deep in thought, he felt a reaction from the anchor. The blind Taoist glanced at it and placed his finger on the anchor. He then carefully read the message. Did Xie Qingdong make a move again? Baoyang District spring was warm, and flowers were blooming. The branches of the trees were full of new leaves. Some birds were happily jumping around on the trees and chirping. Many of the paddy fields in the fields were filled with water. Some kingfishers were staring at the surface of the water. As long as there was any movement on the surface of the water, they would fly over and create a wave. The old Taoist's face was solemn. He had received the orders from the sect leader and rushed over. Behind him were 7 or 8 other Taoists as they entered the county. When they arrived at the county yamen, they saw a sign on the wall in front of the yamen. As soon as they reached the door, they were welcomed by a bailiff. Below the main hall was a row of black-robed guards, all of them wielding blades. When they looked up, they saw the county magistrate at the bottom of the stairs. His face was pale. "County magistrate." The old Taoist stepped forward and bowed. The county magistrate looked at the old Taoist, and seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed. I don't dare. The county magistrate waved his hands and turned around to leave. "Elder, something's not right." A Taoist beside the old Taoist whispered. The old Taoist heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes focused. The sect leader wouldn't send us here to die. All of you better be alert. The old Taoist glanced at the black-robed guards and spoke softly. He then regained his composure. A black-robed guard then welcomed them. "Mr. has been waiting for you for a long time. Please enter." The old Taoist was somewhat bewildered. He walked past a side door and ascended the stairs. The moment he entered, he saw several Taoists. The old Taoist squinted his eyes. The few Taoists in front of him were glowing brightly. Their cultivation levels were no lower than his. The look in his eyes changed. At this point, a young man stood up and said, "I am Xieching Dong. Are you Taoist leader Tsing? It must have been hard on you." The old Taoist retrieved his talisman and circulated his powers. The talisman glowed brightly. Xieching Dong retrieved his own talisman as well. The two beams of light resonated with each other, and both of them let down their guard. "Taoist leader Tsing, please sit down and talk." Xieching Dong turned around and sat down. The serving maid served tea before retreating. The old Taoist placed his hands on his knees and looked at Xieching Dong. He then smiled. "Young Master Xie, you've put in a lot of effort this time." Even though he said this, his tone was filled with envy. "Is Jibei Ho worth it? You and I are both Taoists and not from the same sect. However, we both know that doing such a thing would result in a backlash from the imperial qi." The old Taoist frowned and asked. Xieching Dong's expression was solemn as he replied, "You should be aware of the changes in Ying Prefecture. Previously, when Jibei Ho defeated Count Ping Yuan, we felt that we had to restrain him. We didn't want him to grow too powerful. But now, the situation has changed too quickly. Although Pei Ziyun and I are enemies, I can't help but admire him. We've analyzed the entire process of the rebellion and couldn't find a single mistake. Once Qibei County fell, Jibei Ho had no other choice but to lead his newly trained troops to attack the city. If Pei Ziyun were to fight against him, that would still be possible. We have our own plans, but now Count Zhongqin is defending against him. It's obvious that Pei Ziyun is planning to repeat Qibei Ho's actions in the other counties. As long as another county falls, the other two counties will lose their confidence and surrender. Jibei Ho can die, but not now. He has to hold on for a while longer and pave the way for King Lu." Xieching Dong spoke honestly as he looked at Taoist Tsing. "Our two sects have formed an alliance. That's why I'm telling you the truth. Your Holy Jail sect is a local sect, and your roots in Ying Prefecture are much deeper than ours. Now we need your help." This old Taoist understands. "It's just that young Master Xie, hasn't the county magistrate pledged his allegiance to King Lu? Why do you still need us?" The old Taoist bowed as he asked. When Xieching Dong heard this, he laughed coldly. How could it be so simple? The county magistrate of Baoyang County had pledged his allegiance to King Lu. After that, he watched as King Lu lost his power and influence. Now I've sent my black-robed guards to capture him. Using King Lu's orders, he was forced to listen to me. Such a person can be used, but not trusted. Furthermore, if we push him too far, he will destroy everything indiscriminately. You have to know that killing an imperial envoy is considered treason. At the very least, his entire family will be executed. If he dies, it can be said that he died in the line of duty. Hence, if we push him too far, the result would be worse. Mr. Xie, how should we handle this matter? Please tell me. If I can help, I will." When the old Taoist heard this, he felt that Xieching Dong's words made sense. Xieching Dong's face was expressionless as he took a sip of his tea. "Our plan is simple. We shall make use of Jibei Ho's attack on Free Cloud sect, and get the county magistrate to invite Free Cloud sect into the county to seek refuge. When Pei Ziyun arrives, we shall take control of the hostages and set up an ambush. Then we shall kill him. For the sake of this target, not only will the black-robed guards be involved, there will also be 7 or 8 sect elders. No matter how strong Pei Ziyun's Dao arts are, he has no chance of survival. Once Pei Ziyun dies, Jibei Ho will be able to catch a breather. However, the losses will be great, and they've lost their only hope. All that's left is to stall for time with the imperial court. Gradually, they will be defeated and buy time for King Lu. Kill Pei Ziyun? The old Taoist frowned and shook his head. Pei Ziyun has already become the imperial envoy and holds the imperial sword. He commands tens of thousands of troops and controls 4 prefectures, including Ying Prefecture. What kind of authority is that? Even the governor can't control 4 prefectures under the imperial edict. Let's not talk about the fact that he's a noble. Our Tao arts can't even be used on him. With a single shout, all 10 of us Taoists would lose our Tao arts and be at his mercy. Young Master Xie, if this is your idea, please forgive me for not participating. The old Taoist immediately turned hostile and rejected the suggestion. Do you think I don't know this? Xie Qingdong stood up and paced back and forth. Pei Ziyun is a Taoist and the sect leader of Free Cloud sect. How can it be so simple? You and I both know that in this world, imperial qi and Tao arts are different. One is hard, the other soft, the other clear, and the other turbid. The imperial envoy is an official, and the imperial edict is different. However, Pei Ziyun isn't an official, and doesn't have the authority to become an imperial envoy. Once his Tao foundation is increased, it's gone. He's just borrowing it. If he were to truly become an imperial envoy and become an official, he wouldn't be a Taoist anymore. Those people in the Tao Records Department, although they call themselves Taoists, they are actually Tao officials. That's the reason why they would never be able to enter the path of Tao. Regardless of whether it's the attack on the pirates or the rebellion this time, they are all borrowing it. In name, he isn't the leader. It's still the same. If he borrows it, he wouldn't be a true imperial envoy. As long as he's separated from the emperor's sword and the imperial edict, as well as the army, he wouldn't be able to use it. As for the emperor's sword and the imperial edict, do you think there's something that you can carry around with you? No, this requires a ceremonial escort. Hence, if the situation is urgent, Pei Ziyun can't carry it around with him. If he were a true imperial envoy, it wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, he has the emperor's fate. However, he's not a true imperial envoy. Once he's separated from the emperor's sword and the imperial edict, he wouldn't have the emperor's fate. As Xie Qingdong spoke up to this point, he laughed coldly. That's why we've devised a plan to lure Pei Ziyun away from the main army and trap him in a trap. The magistrate has already written a letter to Free Cloud sect. The old Taoist frowned, as if he had something else to say. Xie Qingdong then waved his hands. Other than that, we still have a trump card up our sleeves. We've already made an agreement with your sect. As long as you're willing to cooperate and lead the way, we'll hand over Ying Prefecture to you. Since you've come here, I'm sure you've accepted the mission. Taoist leader Xing, you don't have to ask too much about the details. Just help us. The old Taoist thought back to what the sect leader had instructed him to do before he left and sighed. He didn't speak further. Seeing the expression on the old Taoist's face, Xie Qingdong took several steps forward. His face was filled with melancholy as he looked out the window and said, "Actually, I'm forced to do this as well. Pei Ziyun is getting harder and harder to control. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, I'm afraid this will be our last ambush. Both our sects have a feud with Pei Ziyun. Now that Pei Ziyun can't find the time to help us, if we succeed this time, we'll be rewarded by the imperial court. When that happens, both our sects will be in trouble. My sect is still all right. We have the paradise and are thousands of miles away from each other, whereas your holy jail sect is in Ying Prefecture. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. I'm afraid you won't be able to coexist peacefully, right?" When the old Taoist heard this, he was speechless. If it weren't for this, Holy Jail sect wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Chapter 300. Taoist Monastery. It was situated on top of a small hill, and was quiet and secluded. People nearby would light up incense. Several large trees were planted in front of the monastery, and with the arrival of spring, new leaves had sprouted. From the top of the hill, one could see everything within 10 miles. At this point, it was raining, and the sound of thunder could be heard from time to time. Moss and grass were growing on the walls of the monastery. A ray of light shone into the monastery, and a young lady could be seen retreating from the light. She felt extremely refreshed, but she did not look happy. Gaigwa opened her eyes and mumbled, "Now that I've reached the 10th level, my cultivation is getting slower and slower. Master has tried so hard to create the conditions for me, but the effects are not great. Master said that only paradise and caves have spiritual chi. Now that we're converting the spiritual chi from within our bodies, why do I feel like there's some spiritual chi in the air? But I can't absorb this spiritual chi, and it's giving me a bad feeling." Gaigwa's eyes were filled with suspicion, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Water droplets dripped from the roof onto the tiles, and landed on the stone floor. A cold breeze blew into the room. "I've reached the 10th level. I'll be able to open the gates of heaven soon, and catch up to that bastard." Gaigwa heaved a sigh of relief. Every time she thought of that bastard, tears welled up in her eyes. She recalled herself shivering in the bushes, her mother being killed by the pirates, and her father being killed by Pei Ziyun. Gaigwa walked to the window, trying to suppress the sudden surge of sadness. Tears were about to fall from her eyes when a bell rang in her hands. Gaigwa was startled, and retrieved her sword to observe. The bell glowed brightly, and a human figure appeared. Gaigwa heaved a sigh of relief. "Master." When the old Taoist saw Gaigwa, he smiled kindly. "Aigwa, the sect leader has agreed to my request and allowed you to enter the Jade Secret Cave. You're already at the 10th level of cultivation, and with your talent, you should only need half a year in the Jade Secret Cave before the gates of heaven open." When Gaigwa heard the old Taoist's words, she was overjoyed. She then thought for a moment before looking at her master. "Master, didn't you say you wouldn't be allowed? Why did you allow it after you went out?" At this point, tears rolled down her cheeks. "Could it be that I'm a burden to Master? Is Master going on a dangerous mission because of me?" Gaigwa's eyes reddened as she guessed the possibility. The old Taoist didn't expect Gaigwa to be so quick-witted. With just a few clues, she was able to guess what was going on. He then laughed. "Aigwa, with your intelligence, I'm sure that in the future, you will be much more successful than me. I'm very pleased." Seeing Gaigwa crying, he sighed, his heart filled with sorrow. "Foolish child, I only have you as my disciple. If I don't do this for you, who else would I do it for?" As he spoke, the old Taoist looked at the girl in the image. Although she was wearing a simple dress, her eyebrows were like the mountains in spring. She was elegant and quiet, and her skin was as white as snow. It was hard to hide her beauty. In his heart, he sighed, such beauty is still acceptable. Although she is a top-notch beauty, she might not offend the sect. After all, there are so many women. But his improvement is too fast. In 2 or 3 years, he will open the gate of heaven. With such a dense amount of origin-in energy, if he becomes a cauldron, he will benefit greatly. I'm getting old. I can't ignore her. He then spoke gently, "Don't cry. Breaking through to the gates of heaven is the key. As long as you can open the gates of heaven, you will be a true disciple. With your talent, the sect leader will definitely protect you. When that time comes, nobody will dare to do anything to you." "Yes, Master," Gaigwa said as she nodded her head. She knew that several of her senior brothers and senior uncles were spying on her. Aigua, go and look for the sect leader. Master has prepared a magical weapon for you in the room. I've also arranged for your food and lodging. Once you enter the Cave of Secrets, within a year, or until you open the gates of heaven, do not come out. The old Taoist instructed. His expression was solemn. Master, Aigua replied, as she looked at the old Taoist worriedly. The old Taoist stretched out his hand, wanting to rub Aigua's head. He then realized that it was just an image. He then sighed, Go, it's alright. This task isn't too difficult. The image of the talisman disappeared as the old Taoist looked out of the window. It was drizzling, and he didn't speak for a long time. The heavy rain continued to fall. Under the dim light of the sky, troops of soldiers in their raincoats marched through the rain. At this point, it was impossible to say that they were in a battle formation. Pei Ziyun was also dressed in a raincoat as he rode through the rain. At this point, someone was riding on the back of a horse. The old Taoist steered the horse as it leapt through the mud. When he was about 100 steps away, he dismounted from the horse and approached. He saw that it was a squad leader who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He had a cold expression on his face as he knelt down and reported, Tao Master, Huai-Ro County has received a document of surrender. They immediately raised the white flag and surrendered. The county magistrate is waiting for Tao Master's arrival. The scout squad reported loudly. There weren't many of them, but they were resolute and cold. They were also adept at riding horses. Good. Pass down the order. We shall have dinner in Huai-Ro County. Pei Ziyun instructed. Chen Yong, who was following behind him, said, Tao Master, our army hasn't even arrived and they've already surrendered. This is the might of the Tao Master. This is the might of the imperial court. Pei Ziyun sighed. This wasn't a lie. Just relying on his own 10,000 troops was a little difficult. However, the might of the imperial court was evident in a single victory. Huai-Ro County. The rain continued to pour as Pei Ziyun led his troops to the city gates. The gates were wide open, and the magistrate and the guards were kneeling before the gates. The magistrate lowered his head and took a few steps forward. He then shouted, This guilty official is terrified. I have been coerced by the traitors. This is a crime. I only hope that the heavenly ambassador will have mercy on me. The magistrate raised both his hands as though he was a knife. He was terrified. The rain continued to fall, and water splashed onto the magistrate's face. Seeing the magistrate in such a state, Pei Ziyun laughed. You have been coerced by the traitors, and refused to die defending your land. This is a crime. Seeing the two of them trembling, but not resisting, Pei Ziyun laughed. But you were able to collude with the imperial court and betray them. This can be considered a small merit. You can atone for your crimes. Thank you, heavenly ambassador. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the magistrate's tears flowed down his cheeks, mixing with the rainwater. He couldn't tell the difference between his tears and the rainwater. Rise. My army has 10,000 men, and we are marching in the rain. You don't have to pay for our rations, but you have to make arrangements for everything else. The magistrate stood up and said, Don't worry, Tao Master. There's an army camp within the county. Although 10,000 people are cramped, we can still accommodate them temporarily. I've also instructed the farmers to boil water and prepare rice. Once the army enters the county, other officials may not be able to cook, but rice balls will be available. As for the wet clothes, please hand them over to us. We will wash them overnight. As long as the weather is good tomorrow, they will be dry. The army entered the city, and the cavalry headed straight for the magistrate's office. Before Pei Ziyun could enter, everything had been arranged. When Pei Ziyun entered, he noticed that the entire yard was quiet. Along the corridor stood a dozen of his personal guards. They were all his personal guards, and had already set up a defensive perimeter. Several serving maids carried a small wooden bucket of hot water, and walked in quietly without making a sound. When Pei Ziyun entered, He saw that the wooden bucket was filled with hot water. This was the ancient way of bathing. He took off his wet clothes and washed them, before putting on a new set of clothes. The rain gradually lessened and water droplets dripped from the roof tiles onto the ground. A Taoist official stepped forward and bowed to Pei Ziyun. Tao Master, Yuanan County has 7 counties. News has come that Tao Master has surrendered, and 5 counties have surrendered. How impressive! Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun took several steps forward and ordered, "They're all within the same county, and are only a few days away from each other. Order the surrendered troops to meet up with us." At this point, the magistrate walked over. "Tao Master, the banquet has been prepared. Please enter." Pei Ziyun did not speak further, and waved his hands before leaving. The lieutenants and above followed him. Although this was a temporary residence, the patrols were strict. Every 10 steps, there was a personal guard standing guard. They were extremely satisfied. When they reached a place, they saw a large hall and many rooms. There were 10 of them, and the lights were on. There were already chefs and serving maids preparing the dishes. The lieutenants entered the rooms according to their rank. Only generals of the 5th rank and above were allowed to enter the main hall. The magistrate led them to their seats and explained, "Tao Master has instructed us to not be extravagant in welcoming guests. This humble official will obey. Furthermore, the county is in dire straits, and the surplus rations have been given to the bandits. I hope that the generals will understand." Although this was what he said, the roasted pig, twice-cooked pork and beef were not considered extravagant. However, the aroma of the food was enough to make one salivate. Pei Ziyun sat down, surrounded by Chen Yong and the other generals. The magistrate was seated as well. "Generals, you've worked hard. Huai-Ro County has finally been saved from disaster." The magistrate toasted. Just as the generals were about to toast, Pei Ziyun raised a hand to stop them. "Although we've won a battle, the crisis has not been resolved. You can only drink 3 cups, no more. Whoever causes trouble will be dealt with according to military law." "Yes," the generals acknowledged. Pei Ziyun then revealed a smile. "Generals, please eat your meat. We've been fighting for so long, and haven't had such a feast in a long time." "Yes, Tao Master." Since they were only allowed to drink 3 cups, the generals started to relax. They've been fighting for so long, and usually only had dried meat and dried rations. They hadn't even had a single bite of rice to eat for the past few days. Today, during the feast, everyone ate heartily. After Chen Yong had eaten and drank to his heart's content, he asked, "Tao Master, now that all the counties have responded to our call, are we going to attack the county city?" Pei Ziyun thought for some time before replying, "It's the same as planned. We'll mobilize our troops and attack the other 2 counties. Then, we'll gather at the county city with another 20,000 soldiers. There are only 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers in the county city, and only a few hundred old soldiers. I don't believe that Dong Man would be so stubborn as to resist to the end. When that time comes, there might even be spies who would betray us and hand over the county city." Pei Ziyun then instructed, "While there's still some time, send someone to communicate with the county city." "Yes." Someone stood up and hurriedly relayed the order. At this point, a Taoist stepped forward. His face was filled with anxiety as he whispered, "What? The enemy has 3,000 soldiers moving towards Baoyang County. They're about to reach Baoyang County, and the county magistrate of Baoyang County has requested for Free Cloud sect's disciples to move into the county to protect them?" Pei Ziyun frowned, and the entire banquet fell silent. After thinking for some time, Pei Ziyun turned to Chen Yong, "Command the troops, and follow the plan to attack the other 2 counties. After that, we'll attack the county city. I'll go to Baoyang County." "Tao Master, please bring your elite troops." Chen Yong hurriedly stood up and said, "Tao Master is the commander of the army, and your safety must be ensured." Pei Ziyun thought for a moment before waving his hands. there's no need. Jibei Ho has sent his troops to Baoyang County, and he's trying to restrict my troop. If I let him do as he wishes, I'll be forced into a passive position. I'll bring 800 cavalrymen with me, and we'll be able to catch him off guard." As Pei Ziyun spoke, he mounted his horse and rode off into the rain. The county magistrate looked at each other for some time before asking, "Please forgive me for not understanding. What kind of important place is Baoyang County?" "Baoyang County isn't an important place, but Dao Master's mother and family are there," Chen Yong replied. Seeing that the banquet was almost over, he shouted, "Men, let's return to the camp." Chapter 301. North Chi City. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the air was damp. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the sounds of battle. Shoot! The dark sky was covered by the rain of arrows. It whistled as it rained down, causing blood-red waves to form. The scaling ladders were broken and crushed. Jibei Ho's soldiers were like ants on the long ladders as they climbed up. Smash! Not far away, Jibei Ho's catapults were being reloaded. Following an order, huge rocks were shot out. Occasionally, huge rocks would fly through the air and smash into the walls of the city. Debris flew in all directions, and dust billowed everywhere. The soldiers pushed the trolleys into the city and raised the plank. "Count Jibei's bandits are using catapults." A general beside Count Zhongqin frowned. "Order the catapults to locate the enemy's catapult. We shall retaliate and teach them a lesson." "Yes, Count." The general acknowledged the order and turned around to make the necessary arrangements. Arrows rained down like rain, and the killing was intense. Huge rocks and boulders continued to fall from the sky. Jibei Ho looked at the city in front of him and laughed. "Hi Duke, the catapults will break in another 4 hours. Before he could finish his sentence, a huge rock flew out from the city towards the catapult. One of the catapults was smashed into pieces. The general shouted, "How can the catapults be so accurate? Quick, smash them back." The general shouted out in anger, as huge rocks were sent flying from both sides. The soldiers on the city walls were filled with vigor. Count Zhongqin did not speak as he watched from afar. Grand Princess Mansion. The Grand Princess had just returned to the Crown Prince's mansion. It was spring and the flowers were blooming. As she walked along the corridor, she felt as though she was basking in the spring breeze. She held a piece of paper in her hands and was filled with joy. An old maid stood beside the Grand Princess and whispered, "Your Highness, which courtyard shall we return to?" The Grand Princess raised her eyebrows and said, "That little girl Qianye must still be thinking about me. I shall go and console her. I wonder who she takes after." The old maid replied, "The Canton Princess. If we were to ask who she takes after, I feel that she takes after you. What's so good about taking after me?" The Grand Princess sighed and said, "Let's go to the Canton Princess courtyard." "Yes, Your Highness." Small courtyard. The Canton Princess sat in front of the zither while a maid boiled tea. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the boiling water. The young maidservant raised her fan and glanced at the young Canton Princess from time to time. The spring sun shone through the window with a carved paper lattice. It was so comfortable that she wanted to fall asleep. The little Canton Princess was a little upset. She stretched out her hand to play the zither. His fingers casually strummed the zither, and only played one note. The Xiao Junju frowned. She had not even started playing the zither, but her heart was in a mess. She got up and started searching the bookshelf. The bookshelf was filled with books. The whole column was filled with books about wine is not empty. The young Canton Princess carefully found a book and sat down in front of the zither to read. At this moment, tea was served and the Canton Princess drank it while reading. Wine is not empty's book had a unique charm. It made the young Junju read it once, twice, thrice. She was gently sipping her tea when she heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Seeing that it was the Grand Princess, The serving maid hurriedly stood up. "Greetings, Grand Princess." At this point, the Canton Princess raised her head. Seeing that her mother had arrived, she hurriedly placed the book down. "Mother, are you so upset that you can't play the zither?" The Grand Princess walked up to the Canton Princess and asked. Hearing these words, the Canton Princess lowered her head and didn't speak. Seeing this, the Grand Princess forced a smile and stretched out her hand to stroke the Canton Princess's head. "Little girl, why are you so much like me?" She then handed the book over. "The situation in Ing Prefecture has improved. The Crown Prince and my brother have both heaved a sigh of relief. You don't have to worry so much." As the Grand Princess spoke, the Canton Princess raised her head and looked at the Grand Princess. "Mother, is that true? Do you really think that Mother will coax you on such matters just to make you happy?" When the Grand Princess heard this, she was so angry that she laughed. "You've been restless day and night and have lost so much weight. And yet he doesn't even remember you. Look, he wrote this poem after conquering the city. It's not bad, but it's all about a man's pride. AI, who knows how many people are worried about him now?" The Grand Princess spoke out helplessly. The Crown Prince was very impressed, and wanted to write a song to sing. He felt that your composition was very good, and wanted you to try it out. The poem is all here. The Canton Princess hurriedly picked up the script and started reading. "The rolling waters of the Yangtze River wash away the heroes. Success or failure, everything is gone. The green mountains are still there, and the setting sun is red. A white-haired fisherman lives on the river, watching the autumn moon and the spring breeze. A jug of wine, a joyous reunion. How many things have happened since ancient times, and how they have become a joke." As the Canton Princess read, it was as if she could see time and space changing. The fisherman's boat and the setting sun. She felt as if something was stuck in her throat as she frowned. She was caught up in a certain situation. It seemed to make sense, but it didn't make sense. Looking at the Canton Princess, the Grand Princess was very familiar with her daughter. She knew that this daughter of hers had gone crazy. Her daughter was tone-deaf and love-struck. After some time, the Canton Princess regained her senses and looked at the Grand Princess. "Mother, I did write a melody, but I'm not sure if it makes sense or not." The Grand Princess waved her hands. "Play the melody yourself. I won't rush you. When you're done, I'll come and collect it myself." "Hee, Mother, I knew you're the best." The Canton Princess spoke coquettishly as she sent the Grand Princess off. She then returned to her seat and mumbled softly, "Brother Pei's poems always move me, but there's still something I don't understand." Naturally, she didn't know that this poem was written by Yang Xin. He was the son of the Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion, Yang Ting-he. In the 6th year of the Zhengde era, he was the top scholar. In the 3rd year of the Jiajing era, he was punished by the imperial court and was banished to Yunnan's Yongchang Guards. He was pardoned 6 times but was never allowed to return home. In the 38th year of the Jiajing era, he died at the age of 72. This poem was written when he was being demoted. The Canton Princess couldn't understand this poem, but that didn't stop her from comprehending it. She closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair as she concentrated on her thoughts. After some time, she picked up the script. It was written by Pei Ziyun, but the Canton Princess didn't know about it. As she looked at the script, she felt something in her heart. "The wine is not empty." This phrase resonates with me even more. I ask the world, what is love? Straight to life and death. She mumbled softly, and then understood. The world is long. If I don't have Brother Pei to accompany me, the flow of time and the changes of people's hearts would be meaningless to me. As she thought about this, something seemed to penetrate her heart. The Canton Princess took out her zither and played it a few times. I ask the world, what is love? Ask the world, what is love? I ask the world, what is love? Straight to life and death. These were two different emotions. It could be said that the Yangtze River flows east, implied the same meaning as, the passing of time is like a man, unwilling to part with day and night. It implied that life was like water, flowing unceasingly, causing people to feel melancholy, emptiness and even despair. But, I ask the world, what is love? Straight to life and death. To the Canton princess, this was a deep emotion. Although life was like a dream, the separation was not an illusion. Laughter, crying, sorrow, pain, bitterness, love, hate, all of these were not just a dream, but the meaning of life. This was not to numb herself, but the reality of the dream. Or perhaps, because the human body was like a dream, the true feelings were especially real. The Canton princess came back to her senses when she heard the sound of the flute. She did not know how long she had been playing for, nor did she know if the flute really existed. She could only remember that the flute and her zither complemented each other perfectly. What was even more rare was that the emotions and feelings conveyed were not wrong. It was not just a dream, nor was it just a simple feeling of happiness, anger, sorrow and joy. The Canton princess looked towards the direction of the flute, thinking that she should see someone standing by the window. But when she looked up, there was only a patch of peach blossoms, and no one was there. There was only a bird perched on a branch, chirping without any worries. The Canton princess could not hold it in any longer, and tears rolled down her cheeks. The rain continued to fall. Pei Ziyun was leading the 800 cavalrymen, all dressed in straw raincoats, as they galloped along the main road. The rain continued to fall, and gradually seeped into their clothes. Their entire bodies were wet and sticky, and they felt cold all over. Boom! The sound of spring thunder could be heard, as the sky gradually darkened. He led the cavalry forward, and when he reached Pei Ziyun, he shouted, "Tao master, it's getting late, and the roads are slippery. It's a taboo to gallop at night. We need to find a place to rest." The rain continued to pour, and words could not be heard clearly. They had to shout. Pei Ziyun thought for a moment and understood. He then relayed the order, and saw the officer beside him giving out orders. Before long, hundreds of cavalrymen pulled on the reins of their horses and stopped. Pei Ziyun wore his bamboo hat and looked around, and saw a small town not too far away. There was a temple at the side of the town. Pei Ziyun frowned. "How many miles are we from Baoyang County? Where are we now?" "Tao master, we're about 80 miles away from Baoyang County. We're now at Qingping town," the officer replied loudly. Pei Ziyun thought for a moment, repair the town, and set up camp. The order was passed down. Although it was raining, the cavalrymen set up camp on high ground. They took out their tents, spread out the camp area, and dug canals. Since the founding of the dynasty, the army was very strict. Very soon, a camp appeared in front of them. Smoke rose up from the chimneys as stoves were set up. Pei Ziyun looked around, and saw that everyone was carrying water, cooking food, and feeding the horses were all done in an orderly manner. Pei Ziyun then led his personal guards into the temple. The main hall had 2 rows of rooms, and the windows were undamaged. A deity was worshipped in the main hall, but it was hard to tell what kind of deity it was. At this point, the personal guard entered and carried a few wild chickens. He then said, "There's something like this nearby. I've shot a few of them to add to the Tao master's meal." Pei Ziyun smiled and instructed, "Clean up the room. I saw some firewood in the room. Bring it over to dry your clothes. Also, use whatever you need. Just give me some money before I leave." As he spoke, he walked into the main hall and looked at the statue on the altar. He then bowed slightly and said, "This isn't a ruined temple. The statue still shines with spiritual light. I think it's just that there aren't any dedicated devotees in the temple. Since we've entered someone else's temple, no matter how big or small the deity is, we have to be courteous. Help me light some incense." Since their statuses were different, they couldn't light any incense as they pleased. "Yes. Someone replied as they lit the incense and bowed to the deity. Someone started a fire in the middle of the hall, and the sound of the fire crackling could be heard. He then filled a pot with water and boiled the chicken. He then plucked the feathers and washed the chicken clean. As for the innards, they were all thrown out. Nobody bothered to take care of them. Salt and wine were poured into the pot, and the chicken began to emit a fragrant aroma. Pei Zi-yun started a fire and used a wooden stick to poke at it. All of a sudden, his body trembled and he asked, "Why is there music coming from a nearby?" "Tao Master, I didn't hear it?" Everyone looked at each other. One of them scooped up some chicken soup and offered it to Pei Zi-yun. He then smiled. "Or did I hear wrongly?" Pei Zi-yun listened carefully, but he couldn't hear the sound of the zither. All he could hear was the sound of the camp. He couldn't help but wonder if he had heard wrongly. At this point, the plum blossom in front of him lit up. Pei Zi-yun was startled and said, "This is too hot. I'll use it later." As he spoke, he stood up and walked along the corridor. He then called out softly, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him as it grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, carrying with it a faint sense of light. Chapter 302. The sky was dusky and heavy rain was pouring down. According to Great Su's military law, every time they set up camp, the cooking must be done. For a regular march, there would always be a supply camp with 3 days' worth of food and fodder. The cavalry's meals were better. They had round cakes in their bags, which were cooked and had salt on them. As long as they were roasted over a fire, they would be able to smell it and eat it with soup. The officer also brought along some dried meat. When the dried meat was thrown into boiling water and some salt was added, it would become meat soup. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Roasting the clothes and feeding the horses. Pei Zi-yun walked out of the room and gazed into the distance. He could vaguely make out the mountains, the small town and the paddy field. He looked at the rainy scenery and stretched out his finger to tap on the information interface. Mission: entering the Tao through the zither, Qi Qinya opens the gates of heaven, completed. Because the Canton Princess, Qi Qinya, trusts and admires you, she has opened the gates of heaven. 10% of the Western Dragon veins have been opened. You have received 1% of the authority. As the system popped up, a wave of spiritual energy descended upon him. Pei Zi-yun felt it and his expression changed. Yi Su'er loved him, he could understand and accept it. But the Canton Princess, Qi Qinya, felt the same way? The degree of authority transfer was something that could only be achieved through a life and death situation. The beauty's kindness is so great, I have no way to repay her. Although the central dragon veins had been opened by 10%, he had only received 0.1% of the authority. Fang Yongjie was already very grateful to him. But with this transfer of authority, the Canton Princess, Qi Qinya, is now one of the 3 leaves. That's for sure. The rest of the 3 leaves and 2 guas are clear. 1% of the northern dragon veins, 1% of the western dragon veins, 0.1% of the central dragon veins, and 10% of the permanent authority of Free Cloud Sect Paradise. I feel that the amount of spiritual energy I have now is equivalent to that of the entire Free Cloud Sect Paradise. And it's an exclusive type. Any paradise is shared with many disciples. Even my Free Cloud Sect Paradise is shared with more than 10 patriarchs. If I don't build a Tao sect, I can enjoy it alone. But an earth immortal can only live for 300 years. Once he dies, there will be no one to protect the paradise, and there will be no incense. Incense is the source of energy for the paradise. This is a dilemma. If I accumulate my spiritual qi for a long time, it seems that I can become a real earth-level deity. Our Free Cloud Sect's paradise is considered an above-average paradise. I feel that we can at most cultivate an earth immortal. Any more and it would be a waste. Therefore, Dao sects have never produced an earth immortal. It's not a matter of talent or Dao heart. It's purely because there's an upper limit. The Paradise sect might be more affluent, but how many earth immortals can a sect as strong as the Dark Altar sect produce? Considering that we still have to support a large number of disciples and ancestors who have already died, 1 or 2 at most. As Pei Ziyun guessed, he suddenly realized that he was thinking too much. He had yet to receive the reward for the mission. Frowning, he tapped on the information interface once more and accepted the reward. The information interface blurred, and the plum blossom petals started to form and revolve in a mysterious pattern. A stream of information flowed in. Plum blossom easy? What did this have to do with changing plum blossoms? Predicting good or bad luck? The plum blossom in front of him continued to arrange itself, giving him a strange feeling. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes and looked at it. Perhaps he could use his Yin master to look at it? As he thought of this, Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and looked at it. At that moment, Pei Ziyun saw a vast world. The plum blossom petals contained countless secrets, revealing the past and future. Just as he looked at it, Pei Ziyun groaned and took a step back. Blood flowed from his nose. Backlash, this plum blossom petals is not something I can look at yet. However, I can take a look at my new memories first. Pei Ziyun looked at the original owner's memories and frowned. In his memories, the original owner had divined many times, and it was very accurate. However, he could only do it once a month. Pei Ziyun then suppressed his urge to probe further and mumbled to himself, "Sooner or later, I will be able to gain full control of the plum blossom petals. Only then will I know the true secret." At this point, the bodyguards and officers were all having their meals. Pei Ziyun looked at the courtyard and smiled at the system. Although the best prediction was that I would obtain all 5 petals, now that I have 4, I can give it a try. As he said this, he pointed at the plum blossom petals according to his memories. The floating plum blossom petals started to change, as though it was taking everything into account. After a long time, the plum blossom petals stopped moving and formed a hexagram. The petals of the plum blossom petals formed a hexagram, and a black aura emanated from it. Pei Ziyun looked at this and his smile froze. An inauspicious sign? Pei Ziyun paced around and mumbled to himself, "Jibei Ho's army is being held back, and 3,000 soldiers are attacking Baoyang County. But I have 800 cavalrymen. Even if I can't defeat them immediately, I won't be in any danger. But the hexagram says that it's an inauspicious sign. Could it be that there's an ambush? Or is someone trying to take advantage of this opportunity to ambush me?" Pei Ziyun's face was solemn as he looked into the distance. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the rain was getting heavier. His face grew darker and darker as he thought about it. At this point, a talisman lit up. It was a message from his master. Pei Ziyun pointed at it and an image appeared in front of him. "Ziyun, Jibei Ho's army is attacking us. Initially, when we received your message, we were preparing to retreat deep into the mountains. Now that the magistrate has invited us to seek refuge in the county, the sect is hesitant. They feel that this is safer. What do you think?" When Yu Yunjun saw Pei Ziyun, she immediately explained the situation to him. This communication talisman could not be maintained for long, hence she kept it short. The rain was pattering down onto the green stone floor. Pei Ziyun paced around. If this was the past, he would have been careless. But now, Pei Ziyun's heart was clouded by a shadow. After thinking for some time, he said, "Master, don't reject me. Say that you need to prepare for the migration. Don't follow me immediately." After thinking for some time, he added, "Master, I've already led the elite troops back. Let's work together and head towards the county together. I want to see if there's anything wrong with the county." When Yu Yunjun heard this, her face fell. Could it be that there's some sort of secret here? Pei Ziyun sighed. It's hard to say for sure, we have to be careful. Understood, I shall make the necessary arrangements. If there's something wrong with the county, it's a small matter if we're in danger. What's more important is if we drag you down. Yu Yunjun said. You've reminded me. Ji Bei Ho has moved his troops to Baoyang, and the magistrate has invited you to enter the city. Perhaps he wants to capture you to threaten me. Just buy some time and don't reject him. If you reject him, there might be a change in the situation. The enemy might even try to kidnap you. Like I said before, don't reject him. Buy some time. Of course, if anything happens, don't enter the city. Just run into the mountains. Although there are poisonous snakes and miasma in the mountains, there are also dense forests. We can hide deep within the mountains. Pei Ziyun said. When Yu Yunjun heard these words, she nodded her head. That's a good idea. I shall follow this plan. After Pei Ziyun finished his communication, he returned to the main hall of the temple. He looked at the statue and noticed that it had completely calmed down. He signaled for his personal guard to light up some incense and pass it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun placed both his hands into the stove and bowed his head as a sign of respect. He then took a step back and finished a bowl of soup and half a chicken. He then stood up and looked into the distance. Smoke was everywhere, and the main army was still cooking. His personal guard had basically run out. He then called out, "Men! Tao Master!" A messenger replied. Pei Ziyun looked at him and paced a few steps before instructing, "Pass down my orders. Tomorrow, the main army shall proceed according to the plan. Now, pick out a group of 50 elite riders. After they've eaten their meal, take a short break and follow me to Baoyang." Yes. The officer acknowledged the order and relayed the order. Pei Ziyun paced back and forth. His eyes were cold. Free Cloud Sect Mountain Gate within the hall, a county official was drinking his tea and waiting for a reply. He sighed in his heart. He had heard about the previous disaster, but this time, it was getting more and more magnificent. The main hall was surrounded by pine and cypress trees. The hall of welcoming incense was filled with incense. Although it was raining, there were still many people in the hall. The incense burned so hot that it made the cauldron look hot. Inside the hall, there were pavilions, stone tablets, and stone tablet. This monastery is said to have 1,000 mu of land. It's really a piece of good land. These Taoists are living a peaceful and comfortable life. The county official was deep in thought when he noticed several Taoists standing there without saying a word. Yu Yunjun was still deep in thought. He then urged her, "Elder Yu, the county official has sent me to tell you this. It's a good thing for both parties. Why are you hesitating?" Yu Yunjun and Pei Ziyun discussed this matter, and had some suspicions in her heart. However, she didn't say anything. She then sighed and said to the county official, "Ji Bei Ho is really a disaster. I'm afraid that the moment I leave, our newly built mountain gate will be destroyed." "So that's the reason? That's human nature after all." The county official was very observant and said, "That's right. Ing Prefecture is in chaos, and Ji Bei Ho is really a source of calamity. It's just that Tao Master Pei is in charge of military affairs, and has already achieved victory. I'm sure victory isn't far away. It's just that we have to guard against people who are desperate enough to do anything." The county official looked at Yu Yunjun, and saw that she was still deep in thought. He then added fuel to the fire. "There are soldiers from the county within the city. With the defense of the city, Ji Bei Ho's men wouldn't be able to break through. Besides, if the Taoists were to go, they would be able to support the soldiers. It's much safer than the mountain gate. I still stand by my words. As long as the people are safe, even if the mountain gate is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. But if the people are dead, they can't be revived. Besides, even if the people move away, they might not be able to exact revenge on your sect. If it's really destroyed, even if we don't count on the imperial court, the county would still have to pay for the reconstruction." Yu Yunjun nodded her head. What you said makes sense. But such a big matter, I have to discuss it with the sect elders. I'll have to trouble you to rest for a while. Elder Yu, please. Such a matter should be discussed with the sect elders. The county official didn't rush her, but secretly observed Yu Yunjun's expression. He then saw Yu Yunjun turn around and walk out. When she returned, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble. We'll make preparations today, and we'll enter the city tomorrow." Once Yu Yunjun said this, the county official hurriedly stood up and smiled. "That's good. I've finally completed the task that the county official has entrusted me with. Dao Master Pei is fighting on the front lines, and our master can finally put in some effort." These words were spoken with sincerity. When Yu Yunjun heard this, she couldn't help but be puzzled. Was this person speaking the truth? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.